I woke up on the newly improved island map, looking around at my surroundings in awe, not believing after so many months I was finally in a game and ready to start this new adventure. An adventure filled with bugs, crashes, and lots of pain. I want to take this time at the beginning of the video, as I do all the essentials of any ARC player on day one, to tell you all about the trouble I had while filming this video. If any of you are wondering, I streamed all of this on my Twitch account, and those few who tuned in know of my pain, and some of you watching should know as well, but single-player ARCs had a very big bug, and still do at the time I'm recording this voiceover. Essentially, too many dinos would spawn on the map, or something like that, and I don't know how, I don't know the logistics, but it would cause the game not to save. So obviously, after streaming for hours and hours and hours on end, guess what happened to me? Every single time. Yeah, there'll be multiple times in this video where you may see some things that aren't the same, or tame dinos that aren't the same color, and that is the reason why, because my game didn't decide to save when it was supposed to. For those of you single players out there, I learned a fix around day 50 of this playthrough that actually works. If you type in the Destroy Wild Dinos command, and then type in the Save World command before exiting your world, it saves the progress and doesn't revert back. Just thought I'd give you all a tip for, anyone who's playing single player out there who had the same problem as me. Now, let's get back to the actual video. Oh! No! Why would you get in my way? Oh my god! No, not that. Give me. Did I hit you? Oh my god, I did. Wants care in 19 hours? Uh-oh, I did something bad. I have to listen. I'll be right back. Listen. I have to see what I did with these settings. I have to see what I did with these settings. Yeah, as you can see, I wasn't really that good with keeping babies alive because shortly after that clip, that trike also died. But anyways, I continued to gather wood, thatch, and fiber for a small wooden hut where I could place all my benches in storage, but pretty quickly got distracted by an amazing white drop that had an ascended stone pick. I mean, really, a white drop with an ascended item? You don't see that in ARK Survival Evolved. On the morning of day 2, though, I found myself a low-level moss chops that only needed a single tintoberry to tame, which was lucky for me, since I needed a berry harvester, and moss chopses were good when first starting off. After I tamed the moss chop, though, I went out hunting and found some baby turtles, so I decided to take care of the parent before claiming the children as my own, and this time I'd make sure not to get them killed. I would need kibble if I wanted to tame perfect dinosaurs in the future, and a turtle egg are for regular kibble, so that would be useful for baryonyxes if I indeed found a good level. But I got lucky, because I found a mother and baby moss chops not far from base 2, so I once again claimed the baby and took it back to base when it was all grown up, because these bad boys can make superior kibble, which is pretty dang useful. It wouldn't tame me a Rex, but it was nice to have just in case. After that, though, a Pteranodon landed near my base, and you know I couldn't pass up the opportunity to fly, so I bowled that reptile before knocking it out and sticking meat in its inventory. I then went on a turtle hunt to try and get enough keratin to make my very first Pteranodon saddle, because I would need, 75? It took most of the day to track down all the turtles, though. But at one point, I did find another few babies, which was, good for me. Since I, already had a male turtle, though, I didn't necessarily need another one for a kibble farm, so I may or may not have sent it to a better place, Listen, if it wasn't me, it just would have been a random dilo, okay? I did it a favor. Please do not call PETA on me, please. But, as the sun started to set on day 2, I made that Pteranodon's head out and had achieved flight for the very first time in Ark Survival Ascended. But before I could do anything else, I went back to where I left that baby turtle and used its shell as raft as I whistled my way back to base. Day 3 was upgrade day for me. I started to craft my metal tools that every Ark player needs, and in the span of 3 short days, I crafted up myself a full set of flak armor. I don't know if it's just me, but I like to be as protected as can be when I play this game, and I usually just sit around base, collect small bits of metal or any nodes I can reach, really, before I get fully suited up to go out further than the beach and tame some stuff. But maybe that's just me being a coward and not wanting to die. But with all the new gear, I couldn't just leave it in its natural colors. I'm an Ark player. I've got to mark everything I own with my brand. So, as soon as the sun broke over the horizon and cast a beautiful orange glow along the beach, I went over to my cooking pot and started to craft up some nice dye for my weapons and armor. I kid you not, I spent so long trying to decide what colors I wanted because there were so many new options. I mean, really, it was so hard to choose just 2 colors I wanted to be my main. I knew I wanted some sort of purple and blue, but there was too many to choose from. Eventually, though, I landed on eggplant purple and aquamarine blue, or green, or whatever you want to call it. It's a blue-green color anyways. After I colored up my gear, I went flying around for some drops when I stumbled upon a queen bee that wasn't even in her hive, which was a new feature in ASA. I knew I would need honey down the road eventually, so while out, I tried to hunt down any Hesperornis I could find to get organic polymer to make the rest of my ghillie suit. While I was out, though, I found some pretty cool stuff in drops. Like in this one blue drop, I found an Ascendant crossbow. Ascendant! I mean, I know drops sucked in ASC. Trust me, I do. And I'm not complaining. But that was very surprising when I first laid eyes on it. But I'm very glad they updated the drops. Very, very glad. While I was out, though, I did decide to grab some cementing paste from Beaver Dames, too. And towards the end of the night, I actually found a Mastercraft flak chest piece in a ring yellow drop, which was, pretty cool. Early morning on day 4, I went back towards where I had saw that queen bee with a full set of ghillie and a rare flower to tame it so I could then get a beehive. It was very easy to tame. All I had to do was run up to it and spam click Y on my controller to force feed it, but that was, pretty much it. I did have something weird happen, though, where another one spawned in right beside it after I tamed it. But I don't know if that was a glitch or if the creature was actually spawning in again. I wouldn't be surprised, though. There's so many glitches in the game right now. What's another one to the list, right? But anyways, after I went back to base and put the beehive away for safekeeping, I went to tame a creature I knew I would need eventually for base building very soon, which was a beaver. It wasn't a very high level, but at this point I take anything I can get. But after I had knocked it out, I didn't want to just, leave it out in the open with wild creatures roaming around, so I built up some spiked walls and placed them around the beaver to protect it from aggressive dinos. As I was sitting there, though, waiting for it to tame up, I was getting, pretty bored, and well, I'll just let you watch the clip yourself. And that's about it. Oh! Look at that shot! If I could dab, I would. So I would dab right now. I need that emote in this game. But yeah. Back on track. I'm just going to sit here and watch this guy's torpor, and I'll be back when he's tamed, I guess. Yeah. Which is exactly what I did. I simply sat inside the protected walls and came back every once in a while to make sure its torpor wasn't too far down, which took literally the rest of day 4. I really hate how long herbivores take to tame up if you're just using Majos. I'm a solo player. I don't have time for that. But after making a fabricator, I spent the entirety of day 5 simply flying around on old Laserbeak and searching for drops that were worth my while. I didn't bother with white or green, but considering I got an Ascendant crossbow from a blue, well, you better believe I checked every blue drop. Surprisingly, though, I found a lot of yellow drops on my expedition, but sadly they're was no other flak armor pieces. At least, not yet. Day 6. A new day, a new stream, and new goals, which for me was getting myself an RG for better travel across the island. I searched so long for a level above 100, but the only thing I found was this level 110, which, for the time being, would have to be good enough. I wasn't looking to make a super RG with 17,000 mutations, but eventually I did want at least a decent one that was imprinted. But that would come later. After I got the bird knocked out, I tried my best to get as much prime meat as I could with simply my Pteranodon, but pretty quickly on, I figured out the best way to do it was to jump off my bird and shoot the dino with my crossbow before harvesting the meat. Once the bird was all tamed up and ready for flight though, I named my new friend Houdini before heading on back to base. Listen, if you know, you know. As soon as I got back down south to my little outpost, I knew that I was going to need a taming pen now that I had an RG to carry creatures back to base with, so that is exactly what I did. It wasn't the biggest pen, but I didn't need it to be that big. A 2x2 was perfect for the dinos I wanted to tame up within the next few days. At the end of day 6, I went to find one of those dinos to tame up, which was an Anklo. I flew all the way east towards Herbivore Island, and luckily I found a pretty decent level too. It wasn't a 140 or 150, but a 135 was nothing to scoff at. All I was really going to do is boost a few levels in weight before buffing its melee damage from maximum metal gathering. And to close out the night, I spent all of my narco berries and spoiled meat to make more buckets of narcotics. Day 7 was a taming day for me. Now that I had the RG, I could pick up so many useful creatures, and the first one on that list was Phiomia, because eventually I would need a dung beetle for my greenhouse, and now they can just pick up poop automatically. You know, I never thought I'd ever be so excited about a creature that can auto pick up poop before Ark entered my life. But after I found and tamed up the pig, I went on a search for a Megaloceros, but the highest level I found while out flying was a 15. 15! But it didn't have to be that good because it was only gathering thatch for me, but seriously, come on! I hate the island levels with a burning passion. Day 8 was when my Anklo tamed up, and you know I had to go with the classic. For those of you who watched my 100 Days Aberration series, you'll know why I named this bad boy what I did. Gotta keep with the trend, you know? After Al Dusty was all tamed up, I went on the search for Dodicarus, and the highest level I could find for the time being was a level 80, so you know I scooped that dino up in my claws and flew back home. Dodicaruses aren't that common, and high levels on the island even less so. For me to find a level 80, only 20 levels off from 100, yeah, I'm taking it. Of course, since it was a higher level, it would take longer to tame, but I was fine with that. I would need all the help I could get to make the base I had planned in my head. It was going to need a lot of stone. After it was back at base and taming up, I went on a little metal run up to one of the nearby hills because I was essentially out of ingots, but after that, I wanted to see if I could challenge myself a bit. A decision that I would soon come to regret. The artifact of the hunter was an artifact I need to summon in the Broodmother, and it's one of the easiest caves, so me and my big brain thought, well, let's try it on foot with 60 bullets and a pistol and a crossbow. What could go wrong, right? Note to all you viewers out there, I was trying not to die while playing this too. Not on hardcore because I still wanted to keep my worlds, but it was a personal challenge of mine. This right here was one of those times I thought I was a goner. No! No! Why? Goodbye! I'm gone! Nope. Yeah, as you can probably imagine, I ran as fast as I could back outside and far away from that cave. At least, for the time being. Day 9 was mainly spent watching as my Doedicurus tamed up before heading out on my RG to drop hunt. I kid you not when I say I literally spent all of day 9 and day 10 simply hunting drops. In the footage you're watching now, you may see me struggle a bit with the buttons because this was still only the second day the game had been out on Xbox, so I was still a little fumbly with the button layout and all the new keybinds. I didn't get much on day 9 to, be honest, but I got a few fur pieces, some soups and ammo, but nothing that really stood out. Day 10 was sadly much of the same, if I'm being honest. Although, while I was up north, I did go up and check out my base location I wanted to move to within the next few days. The only good drop that I found on day 10 was a yellow drop, which had a Mastercraft set of flat gloves, which, was pretty nice. It never hurt to have too much armor, All of day 11 was spent moving my utility dinos from my southern outpost all the way to my new base location up north because for the next 5 days, that's what I would be doing, making my main outpost. For those of you who don't know the location, it's right outside the hidden oasis and just across the ocean and on the beach from Carno Island, or, Dead Island, whatever you call it. Now, for this build, I want to tell you a few things. Firstly, I had went on another count, like, a few days prior, before starting the build, and had made the exact replica of the base I wanted, so I knew roughly what needed to be done, but you can only build so fast when you have to look at your phone at the screenshots you saved to count the exact number of foundations you need. Seriously, I'm pretty sure half the time I spent building was simply me staring at my phone and trying to figure out the dimensions of the build. This would be my final base, too. I wasn't, gonna pack up again and move once I was done with this location, so it had to be big enough for everything I wanted to accomplish within these first 100 days and, eventually beyond. So I wanted to get everything right the first time around. I was actually thinking about doing 200 days on the island, but with some, mods added in. So let me know what you think about that in the comments below. If you'd like to see me play on this world again with mods. Hell, who knows, I may go to the center or Scorched Earth next, before doing 200 days here. You never know. I guess I'll see what happens when the time comes, though. But, anyways, back to the ridiculous build idea I had. Seriously, though, I've never felt this proud for an Ark build, ever. In all of my time playing these years, since it first came out. Never. That's, most likely due to the sucky building in ASC, but in Ascended, oh boy, anything is possible now. Well, mostly anything, I guess. And trust me, this build only gets bigger and bigger as the days go on, but days 11 through 15, well, these days I'm merely placing the foundation for my house, and that's it. You truly don't understand how much resources I used later on when it came to making improvements on this thing. Which, you'll find out within the next 30 days or so. All in all, this build right here is probably the most proudest I've felt in this entire playthrough at the moment. Since, as I'm recording this, I have no idea what happens at the end. On God. I'm only on day 51 right now. Anyways, back to the build. In its entirety, it's mostly made up of stone, but I didn't want just a stone box, I wanted to make it look good, and with ASA building, I could. Now, most of it is outlined with, wooden pillars and enclosed with railings as well, because, man, do they look good now. Don't get me wrong, the structures in ASC were fine, but Compared to this game, it's a no-brainer which one you should choose. Here, no, take this example. AC building is like if someone handed you a jar of grape jelly. Yeah? It's the most basic flavor ever. And most of the time, you simply eat it because there's nothing else to eat, right? No one loves the flavor above any other flavor of jelly. And if you do, you're a monster. I'm telling you that right now, a pure evil monster. On the other hand, though, ASA building is like a jar of raspberry jelly, the far superior jelly of its predecessors. And that, my friend, is a fact. It tastes perfect, and you just can't get enough of it. For those of you who disagree with said jelly analogy, let me explain in further detail while I continue to build in the background. Grape jelly lovers are simply the worst. Nothing against the flavor, alright? Seriously, but grape is fine when you're 4 years old and still eat Dino chicken nuggets. Grape jelly is the one you use when there is literally nothing left, when there are no other viable options left that you have. That, my friends, is when grape jelly is acceptable. Or if you're in the apocalypse, right? Let's say nuclear war ravaged our world and the literal only thing you can find to survive of is grape jelly. That is when it's acceptable. When it's the only thing you have to survive. And that's just a fact. Sorry to all you hardcore grape jelly fans out there, but you're in denial. I hate to be the one to tell you, truly I do, but someone has to. You're letting your love for the flavor grape sway you into thinking grape jelly is okay when it's not. It's time to let it go. Alright? Just let it go, Austin. You too, Aiden. And Brett. Oh, and I can't forget Elijah. You need to stop on all that grape jelly consumption too, man. Just let it go. You gotta let it go. Where was I again? Oh, right! The build! Duh! After I was done with the main build itself, for the time being, of course, I used up all I had to furnish as much of the base as I could. I would still need plenty of items like air conditioners, more vaults, smithies, an industrial forge, and a chem bench, just to name a few. But I didn't have enough materials for that at the moment, and would need to farm up more metal if I wanted to make up all that stuff. But that could happen at a later day. Right now, I was focused on finishing the base after hours and hours of building, and logging off to go to bed, because by this point in the stream, it was very late at night. Very. Once I had emptied my storage boxes of all the items I had, and the base was, as done as it would be for the time being, I went on Houdini and flew off towards my southern outpost to grab up everything I own to fly it over to the new base. It took multiple trips, so many in fact that it took me until the end of day 15 to fully move every item I had up north, but eventually by the end, all of my materials, my armor, weapons, and saddles were now at the new base, along with the dinos I could carry with my RG. Sadly though, the turtles down south would have to stay there until I got a Quetzal to bring them up. But with that single player glitch happening, I'll save you the trouble of waiting and just tell you they don't make it through this playthrough for much longer. Not much longer at all. Day 16 was probably the unluckiest day I've ever had in Ark. Do you want to know why? You can probably see on the video right now, but I found a level 145 Argentavis on Carno Island, and it was a pretty cool color too, but do you want to know something? At one point, I had found another Ascendant crossbow, and it must have gotten switched with my other one, and I just hadn't noticed it. You want to know how I know that? How I know that first one dealt way less damage than the new one? Well, because as I was attempting to tame it, I guess I didn't take into account the numbers actually popping up, and how they were doing so much more damage than before. If I had, I may have actually had a chance to stop it before it was too late, but it wasn't meant to be, and that 145 RG quickly got destroyed by my overpowered crossbow. Yeah, Needless to say, I wasn't very happy I just killed a 145 RG. But I didn't need to fret for much longer because after sitting on the island and killing off all the low levels I could find, I stumbled across a level 120 male. I knew I couldn't pass it up. I just couldn't. I was so butthurt over the 145 that I was willing to tame anything as long as it was higher level than Houdini, the first was. Which, if I'm not mistaken, was 110. After knocking it out, I went home to craft some tree platforms and sap taps so I could farm up tree sap for the other kibble recipes I'd need for later on down the road. The bird, though, didn't take that long to tame up, and even though I only used Prime, it came out as a perfect tame 120, which is a 179, so that was pretty cool, I guess. I still would rather have a 145, though. It seemed as if the Ark Gods were smiling down on me, though, because I went back to Cardinal Island for one more pass before it got dark out, and I found a level 135 female RG. Just the gender I was looking for, too, if I wanted a mate pair. So, after I lured the bird back into the trap and knocked it out, I went on a prime hunt to try and harvest as much as I could to perfect tame the RG. Or, get as close to a perfect tame as I could. The bird itself didn't actually tame up until day 17, which was fine with me. I wasn't in much of a rush. I just wanted to have an imprinted bird by the end of the stream, and now, how things were going, it looked like I was going to get my wish. The only meaningful thing I did on day 18 was make loads of spark powder and, hatch out some eggs to see if I could get the perfect stats from the parents, which, I had absolutely zero luck in. Just to let you know, though, there were lots and lots of babies. Surprisingly, though, it seems that I've misplaced most of them. Oh well. Day 19 I spent out in the winter biome collecting any pearls I could find on the surface and breaking lots and lots and lots of oil nodes on top of icebergs. I wanted to get enough so I wouldn't, have to go back out to harvest more anytime soon, so that's what I did. By the end of it, though, I'm pretty sure I had close to 2,000 oil and around over 500 pearls, which was, very good for simple nodes I found above ground and not in the water or, with any special tool. On the way back, though, I came up with an idea. It would be a lot easier if I had an organic polymer farm, wouldn't it? And I'm already out in the winter biome anyway, so why don't I bring back 2 penguins and start from there? They were both low level, but that was fine for now. I didn't have the time to hunt down for over level 100 penguins, so this 15 and 45 would have to do. You know what? 27, 750. I think that has a melee mutation. Shortly after that clip, I got my very first perfect RG that had all the best stats from both the mother and father, which had taken literal hours. Now all I needed was to get another one of the opposite gender. Easier said than done, though. I'm not lying. I spent the next entire day hatching out eggs, and not one of them was level 202 male RG. Not one. I got multiple female 202s, but I didn't need any more. I already had one. I did think of an idea, though, and claimed one of them as my new Houdini. Houdini II was her name, and just a little fair warning, she doesn't last very long. Not long at all. Truly, though, I spent most of day 20 just AFK at my base, waiting for more eggs to be laid, and it was a nightmare, but this is who I am. I do this to myself every time. Literally every time I breed, I torture myself because I want the best stats. And I really can't say that I regret a single action I take, because I don't. And at the end of the day, if it gets me a super Argentavis that can actually kill dinos, then what's the regret? Nothing, I tell you. Nothing! By the end of the day, though, on the last batch of eggs for the day, I did finally get my male RG, and I could finally call it a night. Day 21 was spent just expanding my base because I had a few ideas for what I wanted to build next. I was going to extend the platform and make an area where I could build a hatchery for my penguins, so my polymer farm could be in one place. And I needed to make an area to store all of my kibble dinos with an oviraptor next to them so it could pick up all the eggs. But I found a 140 RG on the dead island, and I just couldn't pass that up. Not at all. After I knocked out the bird, I stayed on the dead island so I could get a mate pair for Rexes to give me access to exceptional kibble, because with that, I could tame high-level Rexes, Therazinos, Quetzals, and I'd be needing high-level Rexes pretty soon if I wanted to take out the broodmother. But after I got back from the island, I continued on the base expansion and tried to make an aesthetically, pleasing build, because now with ASA, I could actually make cool-looking structures on console and not rely on mods to do it. After I was done with the polymer building, I then started to make pen-like areas for my kibble dinos. They weren't going to be conventional pens per se. It was simply a glorified roof with 2 walls to enclose the build, but in my opinion, it did look cool when I was done with it. After I finished building for the day, I made my normal rounds around the dead island and found a beached alpha megalodon, so you know what I had to do. Don't worry, it didn't feel a thing. Probably. After that, I found a saber-tooth to tame because I would need one for the cave soon, started breeding on my RGs, and knocked out a level 110 Bronto. Day 24 started my grind for the perfect RG, but while I was waiting for the eggs to be laid, I gathered up my penguin eggs and started to farm up organic polymer to finish, furnishing the inside of my base with vaults and chemistry benches. Come on. What the? What the heck? Why are you spawning? Why are you? Where did you come from? What? What the? Where did you come from? What in the? What in the? Yeah, that's a little clip of my oviraptor revolting against me. I swear I had those creatures set to pass, but obviously I didn't. Anyways, with all that polymer, I could now craft myself up an industrial forge and those vaults for my base, but I was kind of sick and tired of running and stealing cementing paste from beavers, so I went to find a low-level snail to tame up because I had a few leftover veggie cakes from jobs I'd gathered, and after a select amount of time, I'd get 100 free paste for doing nothing. The only thing that I did on day 25 was complete my very first artifact cave, the artifact of the hunter. That very same one where I almost died in a couple days back. Yeah, it was redemption time, baby. It was very easy with the mount, like super easy. And while I was in there, I tamed up a dung beetle because I still needed a way to get fertilizer for the crops that I hadn't yet planted. Now, we're going to speed run these next few days, yeah? Because let's be honest, we all know why you're here. You want to see me kill the broodmother, so let's get right to it. Day 26, I spent taming a Quetzal. Day 27, I spent making an industrial cooker, exceptional kibble, and taming Tyrannuses for my kibble farm. Yes, sirree. Whoa! What? Okay. Day 28, I spent flying around until I found a good level theory, which I did. A level 120 to be exact. 29 was spent taming a level 130 baryonyx. And day 30 was simply me roaming around base and doing chores, collecting my crops that had finally grown, making more narcotics because I was now completely out of them, and feeding my dinos because they were basically out of food. Oh no! Follow me quickly! Oh my god. I almost died. Oh, I'm stupid. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Dude, I almost died. I kid you not, I almost died. Day 32 was spent getting my revenge on that Alpha Rex for almost being the cause of my death, then flying around until I could get a high-level Rex to spawn in, which I did, a level 135 to be exact. Day 33 I tamed a level 130 Sabertooth. No, quite so. No! No! Why her? Well, that sucks. Well, I'm back. Doesn't matter now. As you just witnessed, day 34 was a sad day. Day 35, I made some cryopods since they had just been added to the game and killed a male rhino for its pheromone. 36, I grabbed some plant species X seeds and tamed a Pelagornis, while the only thing I did worthwhile showing was stealing a baby Bronto and calling it my own on day 37. Now, I'm going to slow it a little down for these next 2 days because on the morning of day 38, I finally found the Holy Grail, a level 150 Rex, max level, exactly what I needed if I wanted to kill the broodmother in the next 72 days. To tame it, I used a bear trap to keep it still for a few seconds while I ran around and placed metal dino gates to make sure it didn't run off further inland. But finally, after so many hours of searching on stream, my work had finally paid off. All of day 39 was spent AFK as I waited for my level 150 Rex and 135 Rex to hatch out a lot of eggs. And day 40 was simply taking every last one of those eggs I had, hatching them, and seeing if I got the perfect stat male and female, which I did. Day 41 was spent spelunking down in the artifact of the Clever Cave to get the second artifact to defeat the broodmother. I then spent the next day building a wall and depleting myself of literally every last resource I had. I'm not lying when I say that either. I had like 15 stone left and a stack of wood. Day 43 was spent hatching more T-Rex eggs, and actually, I got my very first male mutation on day 43, which was, a blessing. Day 44 was spent AFK, while 45 was spent hatching eggs, again. Day 46 rolled around, which was the day I made 2 guard towers with plant species X seeds at the top to stop any stray seagulls from entering my compound without permission. 47 was more Rex hatching and using the unneeded babies to level up my health and color mutated Rex named Venge. If you know, you know. And again, day 48 was spent AFKing for more eggs. Yay me. And for all that hard work, all those eggs I had accumulated, would you be surprised if I told you I didn't get a single mutation after that first one back on day 43? Well, because that's exactly what happened. And right now, to this day, I am still very, very annoyed. Here we are. The last 50 days of this glitchy playthrough. As we've gotten to this point in the video, I can say that I finally reached the end as I'm recording this voiceover, and let me tell you, you won't believe what happens. Don't believe me? Well, I guess you'll just have to stick around and find out, won't you? Anyways, back to the video. All of day 51 was spent taming a 140 Quetzal that had just spawned in, and considering my first one, rest in peace Miss Frizzle, was no longer with us. Then, days 52 onward up till 58 was spent breeding the Rexes and my new Baryonyxes together because I still needed to get those mutations up. Plus, I need a berry in order to get the last artifact in the lava cave if I wanted to defeat the broodmother. Just for some clarification though, I play
single player with amped up breeding rates because, frankly, I don't have time to waste 3 days raising babies. So the reason you see so many Rexes cycling through the breeding line is because whenever I got a new mutation, it would only take like half an hour max to raise up. And surprisingly, I got very lucky with Rex mutations. Ones I needed, anyway. Before I felt comfortable defeating Alpha Brood, I knew I wanted at least 5 health mutations and as close to 10 melee ones as I could get. I didn't reach 10, but I did get pretty up there. Anyways, while I waited for all those eggs to accumulate, I did some small building projects around base. Since I would never need another egg in my life for kibble, considering I had hundreds upon hundreds of normal eggs, I decided to take down the kibble farm and make a little breeding zone for my dinos. I completely redesigned everything that was there, and just left the basic foundations for me to improve upon, which, in my opinion, turned out pretty fine at the end of the day. Was it a 5-star build? No. Did it look the coolest? No. Could it probably look better? Yeah. But it was functional, so it really didn't matter. Another project I had was a flyer landing zone with room for dino storage beneath because, let me tell you, I was sick of all my dinos out in the open. It was getting a bit crowded around base with all the green names floating about, so ultimately I crowded up a lot of the creatures I didn't use anymore and just left them in the fridge. Also, just to let you all know, if my voice sounds a little scratchy, I'm sick and I have a sore throat, so that's the reason why. You know, when I record these voiceovers, it's usually 10 days at a time, and at the moment, I feel like utter crap right now, I'll be honest. But I'm determined to get these 10 days done. Once that happens, I'll let myself fall back asleep as I watch TV, but until days 51 and 60 are complete, no sleep for me. No matter how much my sore throat says it's a bad idea.
Oh, that's a mutation. And it's a melee. Look at this. I found the Admiral.
After imprinting the Admiral on the evening of day 58, I collected everything I need to complete the lava cave in the most effective way, in my opinion. But I'll let you watch instead of me just telling you. I made this cave a breeze, and it was even easier with the imprinted berry I had. The good old Admiral.
Why you running, huh? Get over here. Okay. Come on. Yes! I got the artifact, I'm gone.
As you can see, a half stack of foundations and sealants can do many wonders when in a cave, especially one like the lava cave. But as day 60 rolled around, all I did was breed out more Rexes and hatch the eggs. You'll notice that from here on out, there won't be a single day that goes by that doesn't involve Rex breeding. Just thought I'd give you a heads up now. Days 61 through 70 were spent prepping for the boss fight that would be coming in less than 40 days. I wanted to find high-level Tyrannuses and Daedons, which actually worked out quite well. I found two 150 Daedons, a level 150 UD, and a 125 UD, so all in all, it was a good few days. Since I've, already told you what happens for the next 5 days, let me take this time to explain some of the mods I added in around day 60. Originally, I had the Super Spyglass mod on, as you no doubt saw while I was looking for UDs and pigs, but I didn't use it forever. I messed around with it for a few days before taking the mod off the server because I found an even better one, Utilities Plus. In that mod, besides the reusable items, there was a pair of binoculars that you can craft that function like the ones you get after ascending alpha difficulty on the island. I basically just used those binoculars the rest of this playthrough because they are so helpful. Another mod I added onto the server was a crafting skill potion that allowed all your points to be added to crafting skill for like 2 minutes, which was very useful once I found my Rex Saddle BP. The other main mod I added was the custom dino levels. That simply makes dino spawn at higher level on the island because, to be honest, I was very sick of wasting 2 hours of my day hunting down dinos that I needed. So I said, why work harder when I can work smarter? There was another, few small mods like a pickup gun and the pulling mod, but by the end of this playthrough, they get replaced by the Quality of Life Plus mod that adds all of that and more. I didn't mess around with that mod yet. I only used the small features that helped me as I played through the game, like the multi-tool gun or whatever it's called, but yeah, I wanted to wait until I built anything truly modded until 200 days on the island, which will happen, but not anytime soon, because the center is next, folks. The center 100 days modded, so stick around if you want to see my journey on the center when it drops for Xbox, if it ever drops for Xbox, because let's face it, we all know how Wildcard is about updates. Single player still to this day is broken, it won't save, even though they said they fixed it. Trust me, I tested it out like a dozen times. It's still no save! Anyway, back to the video. Day 65 was merely spent flying around looking for high-level creatures as I waited for another mutated Rex to grow up. I found a high-level Bronto, so I decided to tame it up because in the future, if I wanted a Rhino, I would need high-level Brontos. A 135 was no 150, but it was still better than the 110 I had back at base. Days 65 through 70, though, was me literally staying at base, making a hide farm for Rex saddles, farming metal from nearby mountains, and hatching Rex eggs again. That's all I did. I actually made a video about the hide farm, if you want to check it out, because I'm not really going to show it all here, but that video goes over how I built it if you are curious. But yeah, Rex saddles. I found like 3 blueprints altogether from red drops and ringed red drops. One was a mastercraft, and the other 2 were ascendant, one of which I could not craft. Like, at all. The hide alone I would need for one of those saddles was 34,000. Yeah, that was not happening. So, I decided to make the Mastercraft one and the cheaper Ascendant one because with the crafting skill potion I had, the Ascendant one got pretty close to that uncraftable saddle I found. But I may or may not have found a little cheat for the system. Because I figured out with the pull mod, it doesn't matter how many slots something has. For with the pulling system, I could pull the resources and it would overflow the smithy for me. You see, I made a mistake. I thought I could make the cheaper ascendant saddle, but I did my math wrong and it was like 9 slots short. But if I pulled all the resources, yeah, alright, it may be a little cheaty, but did I care? No, I didn't. Not one bit. Listen, I wasn't going to handicap myself and use the Mastercraft saddles when I could make Ascendant ones now. No way. And don't lie to me. If you came across the same thing, you'd do it too. But after farming for hours upon hours for the materials I needed, I crafted some of the saddles and called it a day after hatching out more eggs. I told you there was loads of breeding in this video. That's literally all I did for 50 days, man. That's literally probably going to be most of my 100-day videos, breeding for half of it to get super mutated dinos. I don't know what to tell you besides I don't like being underprepared for boss fights. Plus, you know, I'll always be an ARC breeder at heart. Always. Days 71 through 75 was literally me just sitting at base AFK as I waited for eggs to pop out. I would then proceed to hatch said eggs and pray I got mutations, but you've seen enough of that. You know exactly what I'm doing, so I'll just play you some clips of me staring off into the void as I was probably watching YouTube. You'll be glad to know that after this, there really isn't any more breeding because pretty soon I hatch out my army. But, you know, that's still a few days away. On day 76, I was flying around to, see if I could tame up anything when I stumbled across a level 150 Thyla, so I had to bring that sucker back to base and tame it. Can you guess what I then proceeded to do for the next 5 days? I'll give you a hint. It has something to do with breeding, but not Rexes. No, for now that I had one Thyla, I needed that mate pair, so after the 150 was done taming, I went back out there to try and find a male Thyla, but when I tell you there was no good level males, there wasn't. I am not lying. Hell, I found a level 145 female before I even came close to finding another male.
Those have to be sabers, right? What in the... Okay. Sure. You can... Yeah. Uh-huh. Why are you trying to land up here? Fine, you can have it. It's yours. You can have it. What? What are they doing? Well, if I ever want to tame an Archaeopteryx, I know where to go.
Finally, though, I found a high-level male Thyla over by the hidden lake within the Redwoods, but unfortunately it was a level 125, but I wasn't going to plane. Not when after hours of looking I finally found the elusive male. As soon as I brought it back to base and it was all tamed up, I started to breed them together to combine all the good stats from all three of them into one perfect breeding pair, which took forever. But, I won't torture you by showing that. After all, I don't really need Thylas, but I wanted them, so, totally worth the pain. Days 81 through 85 was finally the day, people. The day where I hatched out my mutated army of Rexes that were going to kill all 3 broodmothers. Somewhere around day 80, I had decided that I wasn't just going to do Alpha Brood. I was going to kill all 3 of them. Gamma, Beta, and then on day 100, I'd head into the Alpha Arena. I knew my Frexes were powerful, okay? They had 16,000 health to boot with the imprint bonus on them, plus a starting melee damage of 600 before added levels, so I knew they'd destroy in those arenas. But still, I wanted to make sure. Like I said, I don't like going into boss fights unprepared. If anyone is looking for tips on the Brood Mother, though, my Rexes had about 35,000 health. Some had a little more here and there, with a minimum of 900 melee damage on them. Add in the fact that most of them had over 200 armor saddles on them, and you can imagine that these Rexes were pretty much unkillable. Now, would that be the same story if I loaded into an Alpha Dragon arena? Probably not. But we're not there yet, okay? We don't have to worry about Dragon for the time being. That's a problem for future Siege. Besides, the fact it would be good practice, I was looking to hunt for all the achievements in the game as well, and eventually I would need to ascend all 3 levels, so it was better to just do all the Broodmother fights now, so I didn't have to worry about them in the future. After each Rex was raised up, though, I flew over to Green Hub and made a little base of operations before throwing out every Rex with the modded cryopods I had added onto the server, because they were 10 times better than normal ones. Plus, I didn't have to throw them out near a stupid cryo fridge, so that was a big plus. Now, without further ado, I give you both Gamma and Beta Broodmother fights. Enjoy.
Here we go. Alright, here we go. Easy brood. It should be easy. It should be a piece of cake. Oh, look at that. Look at that health. Yeah, you go. Fuck it. Look at it. It's gone. It is gone. You're doing 50 damage to my Rexes. Yes. There you go, buddy. Look at that, we're still demolishing it. There you go. Nice.
After my victory against the first Guardian of the Ark, I went back home and grabbed some supplies to make 2 more little outposts at the other obelisks because eventually I would need them when I was ready to fight both the Megapithecus and Dragon. Of course, I had to do the other 7 caves first, but like I said, that's a problem for future Siege, not me. The outposts weren't anything special, really. They were made from stone and wood and had a couple storage boxes, a bunk bed to spawn in, a light, generator, fridges, and a couple ACs in case a member of my army died. I can simply hatch another egg right up at the obelisk without the hassle of crowding it up. Those were days 88 and 89, though. Day 90 was spent gathering a load more stone, thatch, and wood because I had a building project in mind that I wanted to complete before day 100, but Ark is going to be Ark. Because let me tell you, these last 10 days was almost as infuriating to me as the time around day 20 when my world got corrupted and I had to rebuild everything I had again. I'll just let myself explain it. But know if they don't fix this single player save soon, I'm gonna lose my mind.
So imagine all of this with that wall done, right? That wall done. I mean, the bottom half of the wall, like the others. Imagine all of this, all of it done, plus this floor done. Imagine it all done, right? I'm getting ready to build the last stream before Alpha Brew to build. I get off, I get back on, right? And my progress is gone. All my stuff in my inventory is fine, but the building progress is just vanished. Like, this is, like, it's really annoying. Like, all of it. You know how much resources I used? And the resources are still there. What's weird about it is it's not even taking my resources and deleting them. My resources are still in these chests. I still have that 76 stack. I would do this. I would do this. I was because I was testing it, right? And I'd fill in just 76 walls, right? I'd do some stuff for about 20 minutes. I'd save the game, get off, and I'd come back on, and I'd be in the exact same spot as when I exit off. Everything would still be in my inventory, but I'd walk over here, and the ceilings would not be there, but they'd be in the chest. I also can't craft anything. If I craft something, it's like it vanishes. Like it's like I didn't even craft it to begin with because I tried with spark powder. The spark powder just vanished. So there's something happening with the building and the building and crafting in single player. It just doesn't save. My inventory saves. If I had like a stack of wood in my inventory, that'd save. But as soon as I make something and put it out of my inventory, it's like gone. But for some reason, the ceilings go back in here after I use it. It doesn't make sense. It really doesn't. I'm really glad that I'm like a stream away from defeating 100 days because I can't deal with this anymore. I can't deal with the non-saving anymore, man. I'm sick of it. I'm sick and tired of it. I can't do it anymore.
Yeah, as you can tell, my annoyance finally started to show itself these last 10 days. I'm not lying when I tell you I tried to play those last 10 days twice, and each time it didn't save, but miraculously, that third attempt, it finally saved some of my progress. Not all of it, but some. It's just, it's so confusing sometimes how the save glitch actually works because sometimes you would get lucky and it'll save for you, but on others it will completely destroy any progress made for the last few hours of playtime. I'm very glad I'm done with this playthrough. I'll be playing Destiny now until the center comes out. Anyways, the footage that I was able to get from the bugged out days 91 through 99 was me simply doing housekeeping chores. I made some spark powder, gunpowder, and some narcotics. I also used up a good chunk of my remaining metal to make some metal structures because I had a cool build idea for 200 days and I wanted to make it out of metal, so I thought, why not gather the resources early? In the end, it really didn't matter though, because everything you're watching right now doesn't save. And it really made me mad because I kid you not, I found a triple mutated wild baby trike. At first I didn't believe it, you know? Ain't no way I found a triple mutation, but I double checked it when I claimed said baby, and there it was. So, naturally, I raised the baby up, and yet, after I finished streaming that day and got off, said triple mutated trike was nowhere in sight. I'm just so glad I'm done. I can't deal with the save stuff anymore, man. I can't. Let's just get to the part of this video you've all been waiting for. Yeah, no more of this Debbie Downer crap. You want to see me defeat Alpha Brood, so that's what you'll get. Enjoy, everyone.
But yeah, this was the 100-day playthrough. It was full of glitches and bugs and annoyance and rebuilding everything from scratch. But listen, I got through it. Listen, 100 days playthrough. It's roughly what an arc. It's roughly 100 hours, probably a little over, because each day is more than an hour. But it's roughly 100 hours, right? Nah, with all the bugs and crashes, I have like 10 days on this game already. It's insane because I had to rebuild everything like twice. It was just annoying, man. It's just they haven't fixed nothing. They really haven't. Okay. That's Alpha. Alright. Here we go. We're doing it. Come on. Come on, kill it! Ah, that hurts. Come on. We're almost there. Come on. You got it. No, focus on the ball. Yep, focus on the brood. Come on. There you go. Focus on the brood. I don't think anyone's died yet. Yes! Yes, we did it! I don't think anyone died. I'm pretty sure not. They didn't. But they were. Look at that. Yeah. Look at that. Did they eat the body? They 100% did. So, for context, I started this 200-day playthrough on February 28th, the day that the Gigantoraptor was released on the Ark. So, day 101 was spent, flying around the island for hours and waiting for the new dino to spawn in before then trying to tame it. I knew the basics of how to tame it, how I needed to throw out some eggs to distract the mother. So, before I had gone out searching, I grabbed a few Rex eggs and tried to find a decent level. The highest I could find, though, was a 135. But for my first Gigantoraptor tame, it wasn't bad. Could have been a whole lot worse. I could have found a level 5. Seriously, I find more level 5 dinos on this map than on any other level. It's very annoying. The mechanics, though, were surprisingly fun, too. I mean, I enjoyed it more than I thought I would, to be honest. Like I said previously, I started this playthrough at the end of February, so some of you might be wondering why I waited so long to post this video. That was because of all the setbacks of the other maps. Originally, my plan was to plan the center for the next challenge, but then that got pushed back, so I decided to do 200 days on the island while waiting for the next map, which was Scorched Earth. Then, when Scorched Earth dropped, I didn't edit down this video because I wanted to start my 100 days on that map, which is out right now in case you haven't seen that. Go watch that video after this. But finally, here we are 4 months later, and I'm finally editing down the video. I finished back in March. Just to let you all know beforehand, I'll be back to posting art streams come September 4th when Aberration comes out. That will be my next 100-day playthrough. Anyways, back to the video. Once my very own Gigantoraptor was grown up, I named him Bojangles because why not? Then, I spent the next 4 days finishing up my base because finally, Wildcard fixed the save glitch and I could actually do stuff and not lose any progress. At the end of day 105, the main shell of my base was complete, but if I wanted to start making any real progress towards defeating the alpha bosses and ascending off the map, I needed 7 more artifacts, which means it was time for me to go splunking.
So for the next, what, 4 days? That's exactly what I did. I wanted to get the rest of the land artifacts before worrying about the last 2 in the ocean, so I started with the Skylord Cave, which was a breeze. After that, it was Devourer over on Carno Island, the Peck, which was the land water cave, the Immune over in the Redwoods, and then finally the Strong over in the Snow Biome. Although, I'll warn you, some of these clips are a little janky because the entire stream got corrupted, so there might be a few moments where your screen bugs out. Just to let you know, that's on my part, not yours, so don't worry, the rest of the video is fine. For some reason, my stream decided to crap itself when I went to get the artifacts. Just my luck, I guess. You'll see it during the pack cave especially, but since the screen is all glitchy, you couldn't really tell what I was doing, so I'll just tell you. There's a little shortcut to the artifact along the front wall of that main water chamber, so I climbed up there with the Admiral and yoinked that sucker before getting the hell out of Dodge. After the pack cave, it was off to the swamp cave with gas masks galore. I had just enough materials left over to make a few of them, so once I was suited up, I went in and prayed that no arthroplurs would destroy my armor. You know, I haven't done these island caves in well over a year, so it was kind of nice to do them again. Not gonna lie. Listen, I may have got lost just a tiny bit, and took me longer than I care to admit to find the artifact, but I eventually got there, which meant I only had one more to go on land. Probably the hardest cave there is, though, so I had to come up with a plan. I decided that I was going to take in a Yudi with me, since their Furor can get the Polovia out of the ground, but I didn't want to bring Ute, my main boss Yudi, so I bred out another one and named her Banana Pudding. Listen, I can feel your judgmental stare through the screen right now. Banana Pudding is an amazing name, and I will not stand for the slander against her. You understand? I sure hope so. Because Banana Pudding is the real MVP of the series. I'm not lying. You'll understand by the end of this video why that is. Banana Pudding ain't afraid to put in the work. Let's just say that and leave it there. When she was done growing up, it was day 110 and we flew on over to the snow cave and walked her right in. Instantly, though, we were bombarded with polar bears, wolves, and Polovia, but Banana Pudding ain't no slouch, and she dealt with them very effectively. Sure, did we have to stop a couple times to heal up? Most definitely. But still, I believe this is the most effective way for a single player to do this cave. Get yourself an imprinted Yudi with a decent saddle and call it a day. Nothing extravagant really happened in the cave. Found a few red drops and all that, but by the time I got to the artifact room, I had been on the game for most of the day, and it was getting pretty late, so as soon as I got to the chamber with the artifact, killed everything, grabbed the artifact, said goodbye to the stream, and then logged off, right there in the cave. Listen, I was tired, okay? The next day when I got on, I spent most of day 111 finishing up my water pen because I needed a safe place to breed out an imprinted Basilo, which was the next thing on the itinerary. After finishing with the build, I went out and tamed 2 high-level Basilos near my base, a level 145 female and a 135 male. Once I got them though, I didn't stop there. Since I was already in the ocean, I decided to start taming up most of the underwater creatures too because, you know, there's an achievement that needs you to tame every dino in Ark, and I didn't really want to go back in the ocean if I didn't have to. I tamed up a 150 Plesiosaur, I'm pretty sure. When it was a level 150 Mosa or something like that, it was pretty low. A very low level Dunk, I think 25 or something, and a max level Anglerfish. I still needed to tame a Tuso and Neopleurodon, but those could wait for another day. Right now, my focus was on getting the last 2 artifacts. By the end of day 112, I had finally made my way back to base and had started up the breeding process of the Basilos, but as soon as it ticked on over to day 113, when the first gestation process was complete, I got exactly what I was waiting for.
For melee. So in the 40... Did you get a mutation? Holy crap, you did. 39, 40, 41. Oh, that has better... Please tell me... Yep, this is the one. Mutation on the first one. And it's a health one, so it's better... Oh, yo. After my imprinted basilisk was all grown up, I wasted no time before heading on off to the underwater caves. I first got the artifact of the cunning out of the way. Then, after that, on day 115, I had to swim all the way around the island to get to the brute cave. But with an imprinted basilisk, it wasn't really any trouble at all. For days 116 and 117, though, I spent the time swimming around the ocean and trying to find everything I need to summon in the bosses. I was trying to aim to defeat Alpha Tech Cave, too. But I'll tell you right now, that didn't go exactly as planned. You see, I found Alpha Megalodons, Alpha Mosas, but for the life of me, I kid you not, there was zero Alpha Tusos or Lead Sicknesses spawning in my world. There were times I spent hours going around the island in future days, but I found nothing. Nothing! And without those Apex drops, I couldn't defeat Alpha Tech Cave. I was really kind of bummed, too. But the challenge was to defeat the island in 200 days, to ascend off the map, and I couldn't change the fact those alphas weren't spawning in for me. I had limited time to do everything else. So, my dreams of beating Alpha Tech Cave would have to be set aside for now, because I needed to focus on the other two alpha boss fights I need to complete first. But before all of that, I wanted to finish up my base. Just a little bit. It was still kind of bare, so once I got back up to the surface, I made some metal dedicated storage boxes from Klinger's Additional Structures mod, I'm pretty sure that's the name of it. Or at least I think that's the name of it. There'll be a mod list in the description for you if you want to check it out. But I also made myself a little workshop and everything. Everything I'd need to work was placed down, and I even moved literally all my items from the main house to the back workshop, which took me forever. After I was done with all that, I spent the rest of the time breeding and hatching out babies. Which is exactly what I happen to do for the next 10 in-game days. Breeding. You know, you really shouldn't be surprised at this point. Listen, I knew that my Rexes were pretty strong, alright? They had over 10 melee mutations and 5 health wounds, but I also knew they could be even stronger than that. While I was hatching out Rexes, though, I was also breeding up RGs. I'm gonna be real with you. I have no idea why I was doing this. I guess I wanted a stronger Argentavis or something like that, but there's really no point because in 10 days, I get something 20 times better than an RG. Like, honestly, I spent so long trying to get RG mutations, and I have no idea why. It was months ago, and I've completely forgotten my original reason. Anyways, that's literally all I did for 10 days. Like I said, I basically sat AFK for hours on end, waited for a couple hundred eggs to appear before mass hatching them all. I mean, on day 126, I did take a little break to go tame a 120 giga, but that's not the point. The point is, I was breeding for days on end. It's not like I could use a giga anyway. I just wanted it. You don't see many high-level gigas around, so I really couldn't pass it up. Back on track, though. It was, it wasn't completely wasted either, because by the end of it, I got a few mutations on my RG line, even though I didn't need them, and I got another health mutation, which got me up to 6 health and 12 melee on my Rexes. Day 131 was spent looking for another Quetzal and Giga, so I could have a breeding pair of them, but much like the RGs, I don't know why I spent so long breeding them. I didn't use them once. I mean, okay, I used the Quetzals a few times, but not a lot. Not enough to warrant me going out to tame better ones to breed up for the perfect stats. This was months ago, though, and the only thing I can think would be my reasoning was, well, just to say I had them. Like stated in many of my other 100-day videos, I'm an ARC breeder at heart, and to me, it's like an addiction. I just can't stop. So, the breeding continued on all the way up to day 136 until I decided enough was enough and I wanted to get myself a Rhino, the best flyer in ARC. But, before I could do that, I needed one creature that would make taming one so much easier. So, I went out to look for high-level Brontos to tame, and once I had a breeding pair, can you guess what I did next? Yep. More breeding. This is where most of my hours in ARC comes from, across both Evolved and Ascended. So,
I spent the next few days hatching out baby Brontos until I got the perfect stats on a new mating pair. Once that was done, and I had fully raised a surrogate that would be used as the incubator for my Rhino, I built some new structures from a concrete building mod. Like I said before, I don't remember the name of any of these mods I use as of this moment in time, so it will be in the description below. Hopefully, if I remember. After I had everything done though, and the mother all ready to go along with the pheromone gland from the male rhino, it was time for me to get myself my very own flying insect. The first one I've ever tamed legit in both Ark Survival Evolved and Ascended. I had been killing low-level rhinos whenever I've seen them across both playthroughs on the island, and I knew that I wanted to eventually tame my own, but finally, my hard work paid off because I found a level 140 female rhino not far from where I built my little outpost. So, with Houdini III, I lured the bug over to the outpost and used a net projectile, which I added with a mod, to subdue the giant bug and get its health down below 100. Once that was done, I got on my Bronto and waited for it to become untamed before feeding the pheromone to the Bronto and letting the bug impregnate a long-necked reptile. Due to my maturation settings, it didn't take long for the rhino to be birthed, which meant every 30 or so seconds, something like that, there was something it craved, but I had been prepared and brought over everything a rhino could want and kept one of each in my inventory while I waited. The rhino came out as a level 190 base, which wasn't bad. I got in a good 5 or so craving feedings before it hatched, and considering a perfect tame 140 was a 209, I would gladly take a 190 rhino. Gladly. I didn't even have to wait that long. By the end of day 140, the little bug had grown up already. The next few days were spent getting ready to take on the Megapithecus boss. All 3 of them. I wanted to have enough element to mess around with on my own time, so I decided to just do all 3 of them, along with the Dragon Boss. You'll see shortly that my first attempt at Alpha Dragon, though, didn't go that well. But first, we had an army to raise. As soon as the army was grown up, I sat at base for a day or so to collect more eggs so I could use those babies to level up my new army. Is it a tad bit brutal? Mayhaps. Is it weird that I'm feeding the army what are essentially their siblings? Of course. But that's just breeding mechanics in Ark for you, ladies and gentlemen. There's nothing you or I can do about it. As they say, it's just the way the cookie crumbles. After that, though, I had to get more Apex drops, so we could do these bosses multiple times. So, after the army was fully raised, I went on Bishop, my new Rhino, and farmed up everything I'd need to spawn in these last 2 bosses 3 times over. I was pretty lucky too because I had been searching for Gigas and Karkas for like a few days at this point, but I finally found one just before I was going to defeat the Megapithecus. We're just gonna go. Oh yeah, all these guys are fitting in. Okay, that's good. Oh yeah. Bro's gone. $800 a pop? Yeah. Disintegrated. Let's go.
Why am I not getting the thingamabob? Oh, look at that. There we go. Oh, I got the tech rifle. Nice. There's the generator. Let's go. Let's go. Why am I not getting the guardian thing? This thing. I was like right on top of it. Alright, let's go. Don't poop! Don't poop! Just in case. I cannot see a thing. There we go. I don't know why I'm not getting the thing. Oh, look at that. There we go. Alright, I don't know why I'm not getting the guardian thing. I don't know why this... Oh, hey, Quetzal. Oh! Ain't no way. Ain't no way that I just flew up here to grab metal and I find a 140 Giga and a 150 Quetzal. Do I tame it? Do I tame it? You know what? Why not? You know, why not? Why not? You know what? Change of plans. We'll get metal later. We'll get metal later. Right now, we're going over there. And we're gonna see if those gigas have better stats than my perfect team. My perfect stat ones. And if they do, they're getting added to the breeding pile. I can't pass that up. Do you that is literally a 150 Quetz. You know how long I spent looking for Quetzals and Gigas? And two of them just spawn around the same exact mountain. That's insane. Listen, we're doing that. All right, we are doing that first. End of story.
I mean, yeah, sure. After I came back from the boss fight, I found a 140 Giga and a 150 Quetzal. But let me tell you, what happens next definitely put a damper on my mood. And yeah, I was happy that I killed all three girls. But watching back these clips and knowing what comes next, it's just you should watch for yourself because I can't. It's not my proudest moment.
You dummies! Oh no. Oh no, this is going bad. No! Where are they all going? No! Oh no! Come on. No! We still haven't... Come on. Come on! Why are you running? Alright. Hey, we're back. Nothing happened. You saw nothing. Alright? Oh my god. You saw nothing. None of you saw anything. That didn't happen. Do you understand me? You saw nothing. Nothing happened. We didn't do anything. No, you're wrong. You're all wrong, alright? You're all wrong. It didn't happen. It's just a bad dream. It's just a bad dream. It didn't happen. Oh. Listen. Shh. We're not ready for Dragon yet. We're not ready. And we probably won't be. Oh, man. Okay. Surely we got this one. Surely we got this one. Oh, hi, buddy. Okay. You know what? You stay right there. You stay right there, buddy. You stay right there. There you go, buddy. There you go. There we go. This is more like it, buddy. This is more like it. Yes, come on. I have to be ready to whistle past it as soon as he flies. No! Boss 3! He's gonna fly as soon. Oh no! We got it! Oh, we got it! All of you, right here. Nice. Oh, we did it. That's all I care about. That is literally all I care about. Yeah, like I said, not my most proudest of moments, but, you know, power of your last save point, I guess. And hey, it's not cheating. I was simply using my resources. That's it. But after defeating Gamma Dragon and the embarrassment of Alpha, I made my way home, farmed the metal I wanted to before getting distracted, and then made myself a tech generator. After my failure to defeat Alpha Dragon, I decided to try and raise up a Therizino army since I still had a mating pair for my first 100 days. Since they're herbivores, the dragon does less damage to them, and since veggie cakes are a thing, they can heal up rather quickly. Add in the fact I have 140 armor saddle BP, I was fairly confident I could kill Alpha Dragon once I had a few mutations. The first few days I actually got really lucky. It seemed I had at least one mutation popping out per day. That could have also been due to the fact I had 10 females popping out eggs, but you wouldn't see me complaining. the Therizino army became super overpowered. I believe by the end of day 155, I had 3 health mutations and 2 melee mutations. Day 156, though, was around the time the ARC TV show dropped and when the Dear Jane notes had been released. So, taking a quick break from breeding, I went out to find a new Explorer note for the lore. I'm a pretty big sucker for lore. Just ask any of my friends who play Destiny with me. It's really a problem. Anyways, I wanted to try and maximize the amount of veggie caves I could produce since I was also going to need them for the tech cave. So, days 156 through 159 was spent making a new greenhouse, placing down more crop plots to increase my veggie harvest, destroying my old greenhouse since it was too far away from my workshop now, and moving over basically everything I needed to ensure I had hundreds of cakes ready to go for the boss fights. I'll be honest, watching back these clips, I'm actually really proud of this main base I had going on. I know I've said it before, but I've literally never been this happy about any sort of build in Ark. Never. But I'm genuinely really happy. The build in this game is so much better. After I was done with everything though, I used up the rest of the time I had to simply breed up more Therizinos. For the next 5 days, I kid you not, I flew around with Bishop and drop hunted. That day I couldn't sleep, right? So I'm pretty sure it was around 4 in the morning where I said to hell with it and just got onto Ark and started streaming. I spent all of that early morning drop hunting. I even kept going after the stream ended just a bit to see if I could grab a few more good items before logging off and taking a power nap. Nothing really great happened. I didn't get that much better items, but I did get a slightly better shotgun and sniper. But the most important thing I got was a very good metal sword. That sword would be the best thing that ever happened to me. I'm not lying. And do you want to know why that is? Well, it all started with a deer. Yes, you heard me. A deer. I wasn't all that confident that I had enough mutations to defeat Alpha Dragon, so I went online and I looked up the best way to defeat Alpha Dragon solo. I found the best video ever. It was one of Teach's guides. He's a YouTuber who makes, well, guides for other players, and there was one video with him defeating Alpha Dragon with nothing but a sword and a stag. As soon as I saw the video, you know I had to try it out myself to see if it actually worked. So I went to the snow biome and found a mating pair of deer. I didn't want like a mutated one or anything, I just wanted to imprint one so it could have better resistance. So once I had said stag, I leveled it up with some of the leftover Rex eggs I had lying around for getting ready to kill the dragon in the most fun and unique way I have ever seen before. I'll just let the clip roll for you. Oh, okay, let's go. God, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's do this. Come on, dragon. You got nothing on me on Apollo, huh? What are you gonna do about it, chicken? The little rat. Flying rat with wings. That's what a flying rat is, yes, with wings. Siege, good job. Come on. I'm right here. What you gonna do about it, huh? What you gonna do about it? You just gonna land? No. There we go. Let's keep going, buddy. Let's do it. I don't know why you've landed first. But listen, I'm fine with that. Come on. This is amazing, man. Ow! That's over half! Oh my god! Come on, buddy. Let's do this. We got this. Alpha Dragon, let's go. You got nothing on me, buddy. Let's go. Let's go. What do you got on me, Dragon? Huh? What do you got on me? You got nothing. You got nothing. Yes! I beat Alpha Dragon. That's amazing. That's amazing. Oh my god. That was amazing. Did you see that? Oh my god. Then we're gonna do beta. Let's go. Let's get this done. Man, this is easy. This is easy mode. Let's go, buddy. Let's do it. You got nothing on this sword. This sword is the best thing that's ever happened to me. 6,000 a pop. Look at that. That's insane, man. That's 18,000 damage per second. Roughly, give or take 18,000 damage. That's insane. I love this. Come on, Dragon. Yes! Look at it, Beta Dragon! Oh my god. That's another... Wow. Wow. That's amazing. That's really... That's... I... Yeah, I didn't come up with this idea, right? I found it on a video. I'm pretty sure it was Teach's guide. But yeah, it was definitely Teach's guide. He did this, and I'm like, oh, I have to do it. If Dragon's this easy, I have to do it. Oh my god. This is why I love this game. This is why I love this game. Oh yeah. Well, there we go. All 3 bosses. Look at that. Every tech engram. Now I'm gonna go back and let's make that tech stub right now. Yep, that's right. I killed Alpha Dragon with nothing but a stag and a sword. That has got to be one of the best achievements I've ever done in Ark. That should be an official achievement. Defeat Alpha Dragon with a sword. And, well, listen, even if it isn't, I'm counting it as one, because that fight was the most fun I've ever had in a boss arena. Hands down. After that, though, there was only one more challenge left for me until I accomplished my goal. I needed to defeat the Overseer. And for that, well, I needed to make my fairies a bit stronger, so after a quick break while taming a Karkar, which would come in handy for the tech cave, I spent the next few days grinding up the materials to make all the saddles I need, along with breeding out more melee mutations on the Therizinos. It didn't take me nearly as long as it did with the Rexes, to be fair, but that's because I only have one female for the Rexes, and they have to lay one egg at a time. I only search for male mutated Theris, so I can always get more eggs quicker with my 10 females. Days 181 through 190 were spent hatching out the army. I had finally gotten enough mutations where I was pretty comfortable going into the tech cave with them, so I started to hatch out the other half of the army that would march alongside my Rexes. The Therizinos had about 9 health mutations and 10 melee ones, which base stats came around 10k health and 500 melee without imprinting bonus, so these guys were pretty strong. They were almost as strong as my Rexes, and I spent 200 days breeding them up. For the Therizinos, I literally have only been breeding them, 50 days? Around there? And they could easily contend with the Rexes I have. Easily. So, I knew that an army mixed with those two creatures, along with my Uties, Banana Pudding, and Ute Ute, a few Daedons, and a car to deal with the actual tech cave, and we were looking pretty good. It sucks I wouldn't be able to test these guys out in Alpha Tech Cave, but like I said, I couldn't find an Alpha Tuso or Lead Sickness for the life of me, so normal Tech Cave was what I was gonna do. P.S. I know I could have done beta, but at the time of doing these streams, I had like completely ignored beta and like just brushed it off. In my mind, there was only two difficulties, Alpha and Gamma, and since I couldn't find the materials for Alpha, well, Gamma it was. Looking back now, I probably should have done beta. God, I'm such an idiot. After all of that, though, I'm gonna be real with you. I tried to find something to pass the time. I decided that I wanted to make something out of metal. So I farmed up loads of metal and made a metal base. You can probably tell I'm just trying to find something to get that day counter up because honestly, why would I ever make a new base when my first one was so amazing? But well, I did it anyways, even though I literally never used it. Ever. I didn't have like any idea on how I wanted it to look. So for days 191 through 198, I mainly just winged it and, prayed for the best. It wasn't the worst building I've ever made, and by all accounts it was pretty cool, but I was never going to use it. Especially since now, the world data has been deleted and all that island progress is bye-bye. But I still went through with it, even though I spent a lot of time AFK just waiting for it to pass on over to day 199. But eventually, after hours of building a metal base I didn't need, it was finally time. Before we head on into the boss fight, let me just take this moment to thank you all for reaching this far in the video. You watching just makes my day, it really does. Just a reminder that I'll be starting back up the ARC streams come September 4th when Aberration drops. Hopefully, you can expect that 100-day video around the beginning of November. If you want, you can stop by the stream when I go live and watch my progress yourself, but no promises I'll respond if you comment. I get pretty locked in when I play ARC. I've kept you long enough, though. So without further ado, let's see if I have what it takes to defeat the Overseer. Alright. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the final stream. The final stream of the 200-day playthrough. As you can see, it is day 199. Just turned 199. I have everything in my inventory. We got extra food. We got this stuff. And this stuff. Alright. We're going to head in there. And yeah. We're just going to go for it. There we go. We're in. Passive for now. Oh yeah, imprinted really works wonders here. Yeah, okay. Still have 3, right? Yep, I do. Come on. These guys. All right. Come on, everybody. Okay, I need everybody to be whistled. Attack my target. Here we go! Overseer! Let's go. Banana Pudding's going at it. Look at him. Look at Banana Pudding go. Yeah, there we go. There you go. Alright, all of you will stop. There you go. Come on. There you go. Sorry about that. Didn't mean... There you go. Here we go. Here we go. All right. We got the dragon weight done first, so it should be fine. All right. Ouch, that hurt. Oh, here you go. What in the world? What? I'm right there. That's dumb. I'm... There you go. Here they come. What are you doing, DG Boss 5? Come on. We're almost there. We are almost there. Yes! We did it! Come on, everybody follow me. Here we are. We did it! This was it! Oh, yeah. Atlas. Take my element. Here we go. Here we go, everybody. Yes! We did it! I got a plus 10 levels too, because we got all the Explorer notes. Look at that. Oh, we're ascending, boys. We're ascending. Let's go. Oh, that music. Here we go. Scorched Earth. Here I come, baby. Here I come. Let's go. Oh my God, you're disgusting. You're disgusting. I got a Phiomia. Oh no, that's disgusting. Oh, why? Why would you have to be a Phiomia of all things?
As you can see in the footage you're watching now, days 1 through 2 are no show, and that's because the stream got corrupted somehow, and my hours upon hours of playtime I had on day 1 just vanished. But I'll give the mic over to Past Me and let him explain it a bit for you.
It was Tuesday. I was going to play for a few hours and get off. But I didn't realize the stream cut off. Didn't start, and it was annoying. And I realized after a few hours, as you can see, I'm at the end of day 3 right now. And yeah, I don't really want to start over because let me tell you, it was not pretty. But I decided after that all right, I'm just gonna wait till the end of the week when I buy the Frontier pack, and then that's when we're gonna start. All right, so that's what I did. I bought the Frontier pack yesterday, and we're just gonna we're just gonna go ahead. We're gonna start off right here. I don't know what I'm gonna do for the first 2 days. When I make every movement, I'm scared to death. I don't know what I'm gonna do when I make the video. I'll probably do a little, I don't know. I'll do something. All right, but basically to run you down what happened. I died about 17,000 times trying to get to Green Ob. There was that. I got just enough stuff. I think a few. Oh man, I can't. I can't. I'm so fucking scared. I got a few arrows eventually.
2 Tranq arrows to get this guy. It was what, 90 direwolf, I think, and then they had 2 babies, which I claimed. And they are now mine. So I have this. I have these 3 right here, which is, you know, pretty decent. All right. Pretty good, because at least it gives me some sort of protection. I got Bella in here. All right. Tent's, what's the tent's about halfway. Bella's right here. I can't. Whatever. I don't care. Bella's right here. What else did I do? I want to try and get some stuff. And ultimately, at the end of the first stream, you know, that didn't actually stream anything, I lost everything I had. Yeah, and I didn't was I was upset. Right, I was annoyed. And then that's when I realized the stream wasn't on, then I got more annoyed. And then I just got off. And then I was like, all right, I'm waiting till I get the frontier back, and then we're gonna go, right? And then that's what we're doing. Along the way, since, you know, I ascended from the island. For those of you, that video is not out yet. It's still under development. I have to go through all that footage, but I ascended on Gamma level. So, you know, here we are, Gamma level, level 120. Because yeah, that's what happened when you ascend. You go to the next arc, and you carry over your levels. But since it's how you transfer in single player is finicky, I'm just gonna, you know, I'm gonna ignore all that and just make a new character. And I hate this. I hate it. Scorched Earth. It's easy, but beginning is the hardest thing. Doed. I need a Doed. I'm getting sidetracked. I'm getting. Oh my god. Basically, all right. We're starting. It's it's the end of day 3. We have this. The first thing I did was go over to that Dodicarus I saw and kill it so I could claim the baby for myself. Listen, it may be cruel and all, but it's not like I wasn't going to take care of it. Trust me, the baby was in good hands. Good hands. After I claimed it as mine and made sure it had enough berries to last it, I started to work on my little area, because right now it was literally only a tent, a bed, and a few storage boxes. So, you know, I made a foundation, placed down a forge, made a smithy. Hell, you all know the routine by this point. But, you know, after that, I needed metal. I needed a lot of metal. So, you know, I went to go grab some. But I took out the wolves with me. But that was a fatal mistake, because disaster struck, and the very first creature death of the playthrough occurred. A very, very sad day.
Come on. No! Yes, Delgado! You made it, oh my god. Holy Jesus. No! Delgado! What is with these terror birds? Oh no, Delgado. I'm so sorry. No, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to howl. Delgado, I'm sorry. Oh my God, that was a cluster. No, not Delgado. I'm sorry, buddy. Oh no, Delgado. Oh, that sucks. Well, what are you gonna do about it? Ouch, son of a biscuit.
Day 4, I went out and searched for a high-level Morellatops and found 140 right by my base beside the desert. So I tranked it out and sat there until it was all tamed up. But I got pretty lucky on day 4 actually, because when I got back to base, I found a level 150 Lymantria just hanging around, walking around all my stuff. So I had to tame it. I just had to. It was a 150. It wasn't like I was not going to. All of day 5 I spent using my new Merlot tops to farm up loads and loads of narco berries because I needed a ton of narcotics. During this playthrough, I had a few mods installed. One of them, though, was a better Tranqs mod that added new buckets of narco that could do thousands upon thousands of torpor with just a single hit. I don't remember what it's called right off the top of my head, but the name of it should be in the description below if you want to test it out for yourself. Anyways, for the ones I wanted, the times 100 narco, it would cost 500 berries for every one. So I spent all of that day just farming out berries to get myself a good stock of the superheroes. And trust me when I say these things are worth it, especially if you have a good crossbow or compound bow like I do. I also use them for my 200-day playthrough on the island, and I kid you not, they can one-tap a Giga and knock it down instantly. It makes taming things so much easier. Day 6 I spent looking for a good level thorny dragon so I could use it to harvest up wood, and luck was definitely on my side these first 10 days because I found a max level one not far from base. So, I knocked it out and kibble tamed it to ensure it had the best chance at the best stats. Some of you may be wondering how I can kibble tame everything this early on in the game since I have absolutely zero kibble dinos, but that also is a mod I had installed, the kibble vending machine. It's, you know, basically a mod where you could spend your raw metal and get kibble in exchange, which was why I spent most of day 3 getting loads of metal, so I could just buy kibble when I needed it. The next day, though, luck was definitely on my side because I kid you not, another 150 dino just stumbled into my base. Said dino just so happened to be the opposite gender Dodickers I needed for a mate pair. After taming up the beautiful specimen, I spent all of day 7 just breeding to try and get an imprinted version of the 150 because I was going to need lots and lots of sand to make my base. While I was doing that, though, I thought to myself, Siege, you might as well breed the wolves as well. Added protection and all that, so I started mating my last 2 direwolves, rest in peace Delgado, so I could have better protection until I could tame something bigger or get a wall around my base, but that wouldn't happen for many, many days. It took me a while, but I eventually got a baby that had matching stats to the 150 and imprinted the Doed, so its base stats would be boosted. I also spent a good chunk of the day making sure I had the best wolves with the best stats from the parents. I mainly looked for the highest health and melee, though. The other stats didn't really matter to me that much. All they really needed to do was kill things that were stupid enough to enter my base anyways. Day 8 was when I started to make a starter box where all of my storage would go, my utilities, you know the drill. Just a place I could use until I made a real base. The next day was when I went off to the wilds, though, to find a mating pair of Thylus because if I wanted to do the caves, a Thyla was definitely a must-have creature for them. It would make all of them so much easier. I spent most of the day looking for high levels and taming what I could, but after that, I went out to collect even more metal because I was out of it after using the rest of my supplies to craft extraordinary kibble. Day 10, I found a level 120 thorny dragon and tamed it up so I could then have a mating pair to hatch out a baby. I got a level 130 direwolf, crafted a fabricator, got an imprinted thyla, hatched out some thorny dragon eggs, and placed down an oil pump. Day 11 was a pretty eventful day, if I'm being honest. At the first sight of dawn, I went out into the desert and tamed myself a couple dung beetles so I could get started on the fertilizer game early. But after that, I traveled on my newly imprinted thyla down south towards one of the mountains to find myself an RG. It was a level 142, so I couldn't really complain, but on my way back, I also found a Rex that was level 125. Not the best, I'll admit, but all I really wanted was more protection for my base, and I had leftover kibble, so I used my super arrows, knocked it out, and tamed it up before making the long journey back to Grenoble. The next few days were just spent doing everything I needed to do in order to craft myself a chemistry bench because, let me tell you, I was not going to craft over 43,000 clay in a mortar and pestle that I would need to make my base. Yes, I did the math. So, for the next 3 days, I went hunting mantis for polymer, tamed a decent Anki to farm crystal and metal faster, collected all my oil from the pump until on day 14, I finally crafted my chem bench. All of day 15 was spent using my newly crafted chainsaw to harvest cactus sap and using my dough wet to farm sand in order to start making loads and loads of clay. I'm not lying when I tell you I spent over an hour trying to map out exactly how much materials I would need to make my base on my notepad. After that, I even went on my second account and made a replica of what I wanted to make in order to count each and every piece I'd need to craft. It took me a while. I'm not going to lie to you about that. I spent an entire day on my alt account, but it was worth it because I needed to know this. And once I was done, I had exactly the amount of building pieces I needed, so, you know, totally worth it. 15 wasn't the only day I spent grinding, though. Oh, no, because for days 16, 17, 18, and 19, I spent them doing the exact same thing. Farming cactus sap, getting thousands of sand, and building everything I would need for my base. It wasn't until day 20 where the actual building process started. Alright, did you enjoy that little montage? Probably not, but I don't care. I thought it was good, and that's all that matters. Anyways, back on topic. On day 24, a level 145 Thyla was roaming around my base, so you know I had to tame it up real quick, but sadly my other ones had better stats than it, so it was pretty useless. But you want to know what wasn't useless? A level 150 Equus. I was flying around looking for horses, and after 20 minutes of not finding anything good, I stumbled upon a max level, so you know I had to take it. I picked it up and brought it back to base and dropped it in a small box before flying out of render to de-aggro the horse. I then snuck back into the box and started to tame it. It only took around 5 kibble, and once that was done, I knew I just had to find another one, preferably a female. But I'm not lying to you when I say I spent all of days 25 and 26 looking for one. And by the end of 26, the highest female I could find was a level 115. So I took it back to base and I tamed it because I did not want to spend another 17,000 hours looking for a stupid female Equus. I just wanted a mate pair so I could find a better female at a later date. For the next 3 days, though, I simply sat at base and bred up the Equus until I got 2 horses with perfect stats from both parents. Did you hear me? 3 in-game days breeding. Breeding. Sitting at base doing nothing. I mean, sometimes I just can't with this game. I mean, I just can't. Note to self. Never breed horses again unless you want to. Oh, is this thing still on? My bad. Forget what you just heard. All right, it was nothing. I love breeding creatures in Ark. I love it. I love it. Day 31, I actually got pretty lucky because as soon as I started the stream for that day, I went searching for Equus and found a level 145 female not far from base. So I did the same as the other horses, brought them back and fed them kibble. But I also found a level 145 Rex while out searching, so you know I had to tame that up as well. After that, though, I built a stable so I could house all of my new horses in. Nothing fancy, of course. I believe it was around, 14 foundations long and maybe 3 wide? Or something like that. But by the end, when I was done building, I had a place to store all my new Equus. Day 33 was mostly spent breeding, but I did find another high-level Phyla I tamed beforehand. Once I got back to base, though, I put my best Thylas and the Equus on a mating and spent the next 7 days trying to get the best horse and kitty cat. I'm not lying, either. You know by this point, after my previous 100 days, that I'm very much an Arc breeder and will literally take whatever chance I get to breed creatures together, just for the off chance of making it better. Sure, it's painful sitting there for hours upon hours upon hours upon hours waiting for babies to hatch and grow up, but there's something so enjoyable about once you do finally get the one thing you're looking for. But yeah, it did sadly take 7 days. This playthrough, specifically, I was very unlucky. Like, very, 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 very unlucky when it came to breeding. But on day 40, when I finally had perfect Thylas and Equus raising up, I ventured out and found a level 150 Procoptodon I tamed. And trust me when I say this guy came in handy at the last few days. After that, though, it was time I prepared. Prepared to take on what were no doubt the easiest caves in all of Ark history.
Oh, this is different. Oh. Oh, what was that? Oh. Oh, I can't. Oh, okay. Oh. Okay, stop doing that. I do not like that. He's going to have to stay here. She? Oh. Oh, hi. I would have died. Hi, buddy. That would have been death for me. Okay, can I grapple? I can. There we go. Bam! We're gonna go left. Oh yeah, scorpions don't do. Sorry, you're not in the B shot. All right, let's just get it. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yep. There we go. I was about to say. I'm not going down there because that's where rubble golems spawn. So we're good. We got the shot. We got the artifact. Let's go. It's There we go. All right, save world. Don't wake them up. After I returned from the last artifact cave on day 42, I placed them all up on their stands and stood back, watching them spin in place, pride coursing through my veins for all of 2 seconds before I went on to other important things, like farming both crystal and paste to make the beginnings of my train station. Which is exactly what I did. Farmed up loads of crystal, used up all my chitin and keratin, and made a train, 5 carts, and a few tracks, but sadly I ran out of paste and metal before I could make any more. I know I didn't really have a plan for the train station. Not really. It was mainly just a building project I came up with to, you know, help pass the time, since the main goal was killing the manticore. But, I can't just sit around all day and tame creatures nonstop. It eventually gets boring, so I needed some new things to keep me busy, keep me, entertained, like more building projects. I forgot I had you on ignore group whistles. Oh. Oh, why? I'm sorry. I should have just had my trank arrows on me. Oh my god. That's annoying. That's slightly annoying. Who is still attacking? No one's attacking you, buddy. You can chill. The only thing I did on day 43 besides remaking my original square building to house my creatures was tame a level 145 direwolf, trying to make up for the 150 I had just killed. And after that, I did reorganize my dinos, I guess. Day 44 was the day I spent out flying around the mountains trying to find and tame better RGs than the one I currently had. The one I had wasn't bad. By all means, the melee itself was over 45 points, but I needed better stam and health. So I tamed up a new mate pair of RGs, a level 145 and a 140. Sadly, I couldn't find a 150, but I wasn't going to complain, especially after what I found that very next day. Oh! Change of plans. Hey, buddy. I can't not. That's a 150. Yes! 11,000 health! Yes! Yes! Alright, yeah. Now we just need a male with very good melee. A level 150 Rex. I couldn't believe it. Now that I found that, though, I couldn't stop myself from spending the rest of the night killing off Rexes and searching for a high-level male to get a breed pair. And before the sun had even risen on day 46, I found a level 145 male ready to be tamed. Now, I'm going to take this time I have right now, as I spend the next 4 days breeding and going AFK, to explain something to you all. I truly have zero idea why I tamed these Rexes. I didn't use them for the boss fight. I didn't even use them for defense around my base. They were all a waste of time, and you'll see in a couple days how I wasted even more time on them trying to mutate. Early on in this playthrough, I thought I was going to use Rexes to kill the Manticore, but about a third of the way in, I saw everyone online killing the Manticore with Wyverns, so, I switched methods. Back on AAC, if you use Wyverns, it would kind of glitch out the fight, and the dragons would never be able to deal enough damage before the timer ran out. So the safe bet on AAC was Rexes. But on ASA, Wyverns can do their special AI attacks if you enable them to do so, which is exactly what we did when we got there. But I'm not going to spoil anything else for you, though. You'll just have to watch it yourself and see how it goes. After sitting around and breeding both Rexes and RGs for days on end, though, I had to get out and do something. And lucky me, a high-level female Percoptodon happened to stumble near my base, so I threw it in the taming pen and knocked it out. Which would also bring me one step closer to killing the Manticore.
All of day 51 was spent drop hunting. That's it. That's literally all I did. But on day 52, that was when I started building the train station. You know, the actual building part of it, not the tracks. You know what that means? It's music time.
Yeah. Stupid Pego.
Day 53 was spent hatching out Rex eggs, and it was the day I got my first mutation. A melee one at that, but like I said previously, I both didn't use these Rexes and I got very unlucky because I think the total mutations I ended up with at the end of the playthrough was 3 melee. As you can see, I have 47 more days. 2 mutations in 47 days is not a good ratio. Not good whatsoever. I decided to ignore that though, for it was time now. It was time to go and steal my very first wyvern egg from the trench, but before I did that, I had to get ready, so I crafted myself a heavy turret, animal fort, spiked walls, storage, hell, I even crafted a teleporter so I could travel to the trench in seconds. I believe the mod is called Omega Teleporters, for those who are interested. But after I had built up my little outpost, I brought over my new moth and tried to psych myself up beforehand, all the while praying I didn't die while inside the trench.
Now's gonna be my only chance. $25, I don't care. It's an egg. Ah! Ha ha ha! There's so many of them! Get back! Get back! Oh, 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 oh! There's a lot of them! There's a lot of them! Get back! Get back to the thing! 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 Get back to the... Get back to the bunker! Get back to the bunker! Oh! 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 I got an egg. That is all that matters.
And I didn't even try to get another egg. I just went back to base and hatched the egg right then and there.
Also, I'm gonna also kill this guy. And then use its soul to tame that Oasisaur out there. That's big brain. Look at that.
You heard past me. We're taming an Oasisaur. Surprisingly, I expected the creature to be a lot harder to tame. Yes, it did get a little ropey towards the last wave, but it wasn't terrible. I will say that I wouldn't recommend anything smaller than a Rex if you intend to tame one, because it takes 3 waves of vultures if using a Rex, and that third wave is pretty dicey if you're doing it alone. Also, they're so freaking slow, it's unbelievable. Like, I'm not lying. I would rather walk myself back to base than fly on top of an Oasasaur's back. For the next few days, it was all about wyverns. Once Nimbus was fully grown up, I used the rest of the eggs I had left over to level him up so he wouldn't die when we went back over to the trench. He was still only at level 25, I knew that, but I was very attached to him, okay? He was my first wyvern in Ark Ascended. Once he was fully leveled up, I took him over to the trench and we spent days stealing eggs. There was a problem where no wyverns were spawning for a while, but I relogged and dino wiped, which seemed to help the problem. So once that was done, we went back in and stole as many eggs as we could. Sadly, though, the highest level egg we found was like a level 120 poison, which, wasn't really all that great considering the max level is a 190. Once I got back, it was already day 60, so I spent the rest of the day farming up metal and paste to make as many train tracks as I could, which, by the end of the day, the train tracks now went all the way out to the desert where I had plans to build a western town on my own time, outside of the playthrough. After I was done with the tracks, I spent the next day back in the trench and looking for high-level wyverns again. They weren't great. The best one I found were the fire ones. I believe they were around 185. The second best were the lightning, coming in at around 170, and the poisons were like 180, but they had really garbage stats. I spent the next few days simply breeding them together and getting the perfect stat combinations for all three wyvern types, even if I wasn't going to use them all. Especially the poison, because, let's be honest. What use does poison have if you're a solo player playing PvE? I'll tell you what, nothing. Sadly, though, something bad happened. Something so tragic that I don't even have the words.
Oh, I killed Nimbus? Wait a minute. What the... Oh, no. What the... What the... What the... Nimbus. Nimbus, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Nimbus. No! Oh, I didn't know. I forgot. I completely forgot. Oh no, I completely forgot. Breath hurts your dinos. Why can you burn your own creatures? Why is that a thing? I just now realized. I've been talking. I don't know how long I've been muted for. I guess we're gonna see when I go back and check. I don't think it was that long, but I could be mistaken. Anyways, like I was saying, Andromeda, that's your name. Don't mind how I'm a terrible pet owner. Alright? Nimbus, bro couldn't take the heat. Yeah, and he got cooked. Bro literally got cooked. Alright, and there was nothing I could do about it by the time I realized. I'm sorry, the same thing won't happen to you, I promise. Yeah? I promise. You will not be cooked. Probably. Probably. Don't just forget you. You didn't even see anything. You weren't born yet. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. Nothing. Yeah. Yeah, nothing. You understand me? Nothing.
Yeah, I did an oopsies. Listen, all right, you should not be able to burn your own creatures, wildcard. Okay, whatever happened to friendly fire being off? Let's just move on before I start crying. All right, days 68 and 69 were me just around base, AFKing,
waiting for eggs to hatch and babies to grow up. But on day 70, that day was definitely a first for me. I have never tamed a phoenix in my art career. In all my thousands upon thousands of hours playing this game over the years, I have not once ever claimed a phoenix as my own, but I got lucky. I was flying around when I saw this level 130 just chilling, so I knew I had to tame it. I breathed fire on it once with my new fire wyvern to get the taming waypoint to appear and waited until the superheat ended before going back to base and grabbing what metal structures I had to make a trap for it. I then, surprisingly, only had to wait an hour or so before another superheat, so once the event started, I was already there with my wyvern waiting to tame the flaming bird. It was kind of lackluster. I don't see myself taking it out anytime soon to kill things or whatever, but it's cool to add to my collection nonetheless. Day 71, I'm gonna be real with you all. I have absolutely no idea what I spent hours looking for in taming unis because I didn't use them once. Like honestly, I didn't do anything with them. At this point, I still hadn't decided to use wyverns yet, and I thought I would need a uni, but well. Day 72 though was very productive. As you probably saw back in the Phoenix clip, I had multiple salt deposits marked on my minimap, much like how Ross Clark did to tame his Fastlow, and that's because I wanted the quickest and most efficient way to tame this desert lizard, and from what I saw, his way was the best. I didn't want to spend 5 hours trying to knock one out, so I used his technique and slowly made my way along the southern edge of the map using all the salt deposits along the way until the beast was knocked out. It wasn't a bad level either. It was a 130, which, I was fine starting out with. I didn't need these lizards for anything in particular. I just wanted to tame the new creature. Just to be able to say that I've done it before. The only worthwhile thing on day 73 I did was find an alpha wyvern and drag it over to my outpost so the heavy turret could kill it. I got a trophy, wyvern gloves, and 50 milk for that too, so you wouldn't see me complain, no siree. From days 74 through 80, I'm gonna be real with you. I mainly sat AFK at my base while waiting for the Uties to pop out eggs for me to hatch. But like I said previously, it was all just a waste of time because I didn't even end up using them. It was a waste of 6 days. 6 days. 6 days. Although I can't really complain, not really, for I did end up getting a mutated Yudi, with a pretty cool cyan color on its main body. So, I guess that was alright. Day 81 was spent taming another Fastlow so I could have a mate pair. Do you want to know what I did for the next few days after that? Yep, you guessed it. I sat around and waited for the perfect pair to be bred out of the eggs. At this point, you you really shouldn't be surprised. And if you are, well, that kind of sounds like a you problem, not gonna lie. But yeah, pretty much just stood around and twiddled my thumbs for a few hours while I waited for things to be done. But on day 88, something magnificent happened. I had just remembered that the giant pay-to-win dino that was stuffed towards the back of my base, which I had tamed literally a few days ago, could bring back my dead creatures. So, without wasting any time, I found where I stored Nimbus' soul and I resurrected my wyvern and raised him back up. In that moment, when I brought him back to life, I kid you not, I was the most happiest man on the face of the earth. No cap. But here we are, the final 10 days of this playthrough. There was never any doubt in my mind I'd make it here. The only thing I wondered about was if I could actually kill the Manticore. I guess you're about to find out. I started off these last 10 days by hatching out my Lightning Wyvern army, which would be the ones I'd take into the boss fight with me. I was bringing around 9, I think. Somewhere around 9, because let's face it, there's no way I'd be able to fit 20 on that small little platform below Green Hub. After I got the wyverns situated, though, I then bred out a Rue, because for the strategy I had, I would need one to get up to a certain point in the boss arena where the deathworms and rock golems couldn't reach me. After that, I made myself an industrial cooker in order to make lots of med brews. Med brews, which I kind of forgot when the time came to enter the arena. And, once the wyverns were done growing up, I then lined them up under the obelisk to get ready for the boss fight. They weren't that leveled up either. I only bumped their health to around 10k and just left their melee around 400. I'm pretty sure, right? Yes, I think it's around 400. Don't quote me on that. If I had leveled up each wyvern more, then they'd probably be better off. But I wanted to try and challenge myself. Each only had around 10 levels in them too. So if I could beat the Manticore with average level wyverns, I knew if I came back to this map in the future, I'd have a baseline for what I need. Days 95 through 98 were actually spent over at the Wyvern Tranqs collecting all the Wyvern talents I'd need for the Manticore fight. I've killed lots of Wyverns before in previous days, but I hadn't been grabbing all of their talents, so I was still a few short on each type of Wyvern. So I decided to just sit out there and kill Wyverns for days, AFK for a few minutes at the bunker once I had cleared the trench out, and wait for them to spawn back in before heading back inside to lure more out. Once I got back with all the talents, I'm gonna be real with you all. I didn't know what to do for the last day. I mainly just ran around like a headless chicken for most of it, looking at all I had accomplished and thanking whoever would listen that this journey was finally over. Don't get me wrong, I love Ark, but Scorched Earth is definitely my least favorite map out of the entire bunch. If only because of all the damn desert everywhere. But after it all, we finally made it to the end. 100 days on Scorched Earth. Now, before we get into the boss fight and I roll the clip, let me warn you right now. During the entire fight, I had a co-gamer sitting on my couch and watching my every move. So my attention was split between the fight and my baby cousin. Hope you enjoy the chaos, everyone. Attacking target. Okay. Alright. Here we go. We're doing this again.
Sound.
What sound?
That sound walking around.
Someone upstairs walking around. That's what it is.
Is it on the left?
I don't know, probably.
Is it on the thief?
I don't know. Am I upstairs? No, I'm down here. I don't know.
I'm upstairs.
Alright, let me try this again. That last time didn't happen. Nothing happened. Alright.
What are that sounds?
It's the fire alarm.
Did he come in here? Is he coming here?
No.
Is he going to the neighbor's house?
No.
Where is the fireman going?
I don't know. How am I supposed to know?
Okay,
Oh my god, we do it again. Why?
where is Howard right there?
Because Brooke there wants to be. I don't know. There we go. What? You're not pooping your pants.
I'm trying to.
Stop pooping in your pants. What are you doing? What are you talking about?
My poopy started to get out.
Well then go to the bathroom. You don't need me, silly. Go to the bathroom. I don't have a step stool. Alright, here we go. That's a death one. Please don't lightning breath me up here. There we go. All right. There's no fan. There's no fan.
Here.
That's not a fan.
What is it?
It's not. It doesn't work, Brooke. I'm trying to kill a boss. So I can win the game. Oh, come on. Because I want to win the game? Alright. We're about half health. There's no duct tape on the toilet, bro. This is the weirdest boss fight I've ever done. It's alright. I didn't put anything right there, Brooke. You asked so many questions, kid. If you have to go to the bathroom, just go to the bathroom. What do you mean you can't? Go. Alright, we're almost there. Come on. This is definitely the weirdest boss fight I've ever done. What in the... What? No. Yeah. Yeah. Definitely, bro. Yeah, we're almost there. We're almost done. I almost got this boss. Ow! That hurt. Not yet, Brooke. I did not win yet. Come on, we're almost there. Come on. Bro has 0 health. Come on. Bro has 0 health. Come on. Yes! We did it! We killed the Manticore! Yes! At least I yeah. Look at that. I've never seen this ascension before. So we're gonna look at this. We did it. We did it. I look at that. Most of them survived. I think only 1 or 2 of them died. So that's nice. Good job. You missed the boss fight. I killed it. Silly head. Look at this.
Where?
We're gonna get the final cutscene now.
I won't miss it.
No, you won't. Look, watch. You'll get to see it now.
Yeah.
Here we are. Look, there we go. Look, it's the final cutscene.
Oh,
I'm in space now. Let's go.
I am space now.
Because I ascended. Oh yeah. Oh, no, oh, here we go. We're on Aberration now. Oh no. Oh no. Rockwell.
It's all done. It's over.
Yeah, we killed the boss. Good job.
You
Yeah, fist
continue to
bump.
impress,
Oh,
Survivor.
What is that?
As
Ta-
you have
ta-
grown
ta.
in
it's a
strength,
cutscene.
I have been searching Helena's memories,
Why she has magic?
finding what I have
I don't
forgotten
know.
all these long years.
It's over.
Her friends
It is.
and the journeys they had.
Yeah, wait a second. Yeah.
Was it all for nothing?
We win.
No.
Yeah, we did. We
It
won.
had to be done.
Take that, Manticore.
So that
Say,
one
take
day
that, Manticore.
you
Take
could
that.
exist.
Yeah. You tell him.
Together, you
Take
and
that.
I, we can put this right.
Say, next stop, Aberration.
You must
No,
travel
next stop,
onwards, Survivor,
Aberration.
Yeah.
for your greatest
Next
trials
stop,
are still
Aberration.
to come.
Dying. Day 1 started off like any other first day in Ark. Spawn in a relatively safe area, collect resources, and try to avoid anything that might kill you. The safest spot, in my opinion, is just outside of the portal area. There's a small little island just in front of the Easy Cave, which is where I set up shop for the first few days. The area had an abundance of trilobites too, so that meant I had access to early game oil, chitin, and pearls. The island, though, had everything I needed to start off. Fiber, wood, thatch, stone flint, enough to make a few items, that is. So after I grabbed everything, I had to head on over to the mainland for some more. Seeing as how the challenge was to not die and make it all the way to Rockwell, I was being very cautious whenever I ventured away from my safe little island, but surprisingly, there wasn't much around. A lot of passive creatures, sure, but the carnivores didn't seem to spawn until the end of day 1. Right along the riverside, I found a max level raptor, so I bowled the dino and knocked it out, which then became my first official mount in Aberration. Day 2, I tamed a low-level Dodicarus so I could get started on my stone gathering in order to make all the building materials I need for my base. After that, it was metal farming to try and get myself some metal tools, and then I ventured a little ways away, stole some gems from a roll rat, and then claimed its child as my own. I didn't know this for a few days, but raising that roll rat saved me so much time in gathering up wood for my base. Day 3 was rather exciting. Right above my base, along the metal bridge that leads into the portal zone, I found a little Cosmo, the new spider shoulder pet that literally allows you to become Spider-Man. Seeing as how I live right next to a species Z plant, I had easy access to its taming food, so I climbed up there, grappled the spider, and jumped down into the water and brought it over to my base. It only took 1 seed to tame too, so it wasn't all that bad. Plus, now, I had my own little jumping spider. Day 4, I tamed an otter because I felt like it, made a full set of flak armor, and watched as about 17 Parasers fought our Carcinos. I kid you not. When Aberration first launched, there was an overabundance of Parasaur spawns around the entire map. I counted them all once. I literally found up to 20 all in the same area at one point. It was insane. I shouldn't complain though, because I got some free polymer out of it. After that though, I found the holy grail of tames, everyone. The best early game tame on Aberration you possibly could have. I found a max level 150 dire bear with a baby that was the opposite gender as its parent. You know what that means? I could not pass this opportunity up. No, I couldn't. So, I climbed up on a rock and started tranking it, but eventually it started to run, so deciding to risk it all, I started to chase the bear around the entire area, praying and hoping that nothing else found me and murdered my face. Eventually, I finally got the bear down and tamed it up. Once the baby bear was all grown up, I then bred the two of them together so I could have a fully imprinted bear, which was literally the MVP of these beginning few days. After my new bear was done growing, I then took it out to level a bit, but as I was exploring, I came across 2 high-level Ravagers, a 140 and a 130, so I tamed them up. I made sure my Cosmo was on neutral though, and allowed it to fire webs from my shoulder to slow them down as I was tranking them out, which surprisingly was a very big help, especially when the bowler ran out. So, after I tamed them both up and brought them back to the base, I started to breed them, but not before I made some gasoline to power up the Dino Depot terminal, which made breeding for this playthrough 10 times easier. I then proceeded to breed up the Ravagers for the next 5 in-game days. Yep, you heard me. 5 days. Listen, at this point, you really shouldn't be surprised. Most of my playtime in Ark is from sitting AFK and breeding up dinos. I wanted the perfect Ravagers, especially if I wanted to take on the easy cave. Ravagers were the easiest creatures to get inside and maneuver around in there with, so I needed a perfect stat breeding pair. The reason it took me so long was because I found another high-level Ravager, a 145, just outside my base that I had to tame, which meant I needed to breed those new stats back into the current line. Sure, it may have taken me a long time, but I eventually got it done. All thanks to the Dino Depot terminal. I'm not kidding, this mod was a lifesaver during this playthrough. It's my new favorite mod, period. It makes my job so much easier. At the end of day 10 though, I finally had my perfect breeding pair of Ravagers, and from them I raised up at least a dozen or so babies just in case I needed them or something went wrong. After all this though, after spending 5 days breeding, it was time to start making my base. And do you know what that means? Mini building montage. Let's go! After building the main shell of the base and placing down all the crafting benches and storage I need for the time being, I made what little electronics I could in order to craft the gene scanner because eventually I knew I needed it. After that though, I went hunting. Hunting for the one creature that would ensure my win against Rockwell, a Megalosaurus. I found a 135 not far from base, so I made up a super Tranq dart and KO'd it before taming it up and bringing it back to base. I then grabbed some blue gems along the way before heading off to grab some organic polymer from the crabs that spawn along the riverside. After I had all the materials I needed, I crafted myself some hazard gear because I wanted to head on down to the Drake nest soon to nab my very first egg, and to do that, I need radiation protection. After that, I made some final touch-ups to the base, a base that I would continually work on throughout the entire playthrough. For those of you who don't know where I moved to, if you watch my original Aberration 100 Days on AFC, you should recognize it, for it's the same spot I built in that playthrough, right on the waterfall that leads into the blue zone. Good access to metal, crystal, gems, gas balls, a lot of it. The only thing I need to venture away for is pearls. The next few days were heavily focused on finding myself more Megalosauruses, and after taming a few decent levels, a 135 and a 140, I got lucky because just down the hill from my base, I found a level 150 Megalo, and you know I had to tame it. I lured the dino up the hill and led it into some dino gates and trapped it. I then knocked it out and fed it some mutton to perfect tame it. After that, I found myself a dung beetle to start fertilizer production before heading back to base and starting the process of breeding the Megalostats into a perfect version. Now, this here, folks, took so long. All the stats I needed were spread across 4 different Megalos. So after I had done one set, I had to breed another set with the baby I just got. So eventually I could get to the point where all the stats were on 2 opposite gender dinos. Then, and only then, could I breed out the perfect Megalo from them. This took me so long, all the way until day 20 to actually get to a point where I could start trying to work towards the mutation aspect of the breeding. While all this was happening though, I kept myself busy by gathering resources and doing small touch-ups to the base. Day 19 and 20 though, I started building some things. I started off by making a breeding pen, so when I was working on the mutations, I'd have a place to put all those dinos, so they weren't just, crowding my base. After that, I made a greenhouse because I needed to plant my own crops and the Z plants in order to get those charge grenades if I ever wanted to tame a Yeatling, one of Aberration's new creatures. By the time the end of day 20 rolled around, I had about 10 females and 1 perfect male ready to breed and start mutating. I also tamed a high-level bulb dog. We don't talk about what happened to that first one. Day 21 was the day I made the long trek down to the rock drake nest to steal my first egg. I brought with me 3 megalos for protection because I wanted to be careful and safe. I did not want to die down there. This was a hardcore challenge, and if I died, it was over. I'd have to start all over again. And I did not want to do that. When I got down there, I had to wait for the eggs to spawn in, but when they did, oh boy.
Oh! Alright, I got an egg! Oh, that's a 180? I just got a 180. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm convinced they just like spawned right on top of me. Huh. Okay, what was that one? I didn't see it. Oh, that's the 180. That's a 40. Okay, that's blah. Ooh, 145.
Once I got back up to the green zone with my eggs, I hatched them and let them grow inside the Dino Depot terminal while I started working on the Megalo mutations. I'm gonna warn you right now. Most of these days, especially the later ones, were spent AFK and breeding these dinos up. You'll see later in the video on why this was so important. But back to the present, I sat there for hours breeding up the drakes once they were grown up and trying and failing to get mutations for the megalos. But there wasn't really much I could do about it. Some days you can get 3 mutations within an hour, and other days it takes 5 just to get a single one. By the end of day 30 though, my final count for mutations was at 4 melee for now, which I considered a good place to stop for the day, considering I had been on the game for hours at this point. All in all, the colors I got from mutations weren't bad either, but I didn't get too attached to them since I knew I'd be breeding way more mutations into the line, and the colors would no doubt be lost by the next mutation. It did not stop me from admiring the colors though, especially the 4th melee mutated Megalo. It looks so cool with red, blue, and purple mixed with one another. So cool. Day 31 was spent grabbing the first of 3 artifacts. The easiest one, of course. I went in there with my pack of Ravengers and we cleared it in no time. After I got the artifact, I then went back to base and started breeding for mutations. Again. Like I said, I wanted these mutations out of the way and done early on, so I didn't have to worry about it when I got closer to defeating Rockwell. My goal was to basically make the strongest Megalos in existence, and spoiler alert, I think I did a pretty good job of doing it. I wasn't on single player settings either. The stats are the same as official. I've merely just boosted how long it takes for things to breed, grow, and hatch. But that's besides the point. What I'm trying to say is that there's going to be a whole lot more of, well, this. More so than in any other 100-day video I've ever made. I'm pretty sure by the end of day 40, I was up to 10 melee mutations, which was very good for what I had planned. Day 41 was spent in the radiation zone to grab the 2nd artifact. For some reason though, the entire time I was down there, inside of the cave, I was playing at like 10 frames a second, and it was literally horrible. You'll probably see it now, but as soon as I grabbed the artifact, I made a beeline right for the exit because I could not handle the lag at all. Days 42 through 45 were spent breeding the Megalos for more mutations. There's not really much else to say on it. I mean, I sat down and bred dinos for hours on end. nothing exciting happened. Like, at all. Day 46 was spent doing the most dangerous artifact cave there is. The underwater one in the blue zone. You know, the one where eels and sarcos and piranha and crabs try to kill you all at once? That one? Yeah. It wasn't as bad as it could have been, alright? I'm genuinely surprised I made it out of that cave alive. It was the one part of the playthrough I was dreading because I knew death was almost guaranteed if I made just a single error. But I eventually made it to the artifact and didn't waste any time before grabbing it and making a run for the exit. Then, for the next few days, I did what every ARK player eventually has to do. Hunting for loot. On the surface. A surface that was infested with Reapers. Yeah. Not afraid to admit, there were a few times where I just about jumped out of my skin in fright. Especially when a Reaper spawned almost on top of me. But I needed the loot. I needed good gear if I wanted to face Rockwell, so that's what I did. So I'd wait until it turned night before going out to collect the drops, like normally. Once it started to turn day, though, I'd go back to the entrance and just sit there AFK until it turned night again. And just repeated that process over and over again until I got the loot I wanted. The next few days were merely spent farming up materials and crafting things for the base, like Survivor Mate, although I'm pretty sure the thing is kind of busted on Xbox. It doesn't really work how it's supposed to. Anyways, I made a little bridge over the river so I could have easy access to the other side, which is where I wanted to make my house eventually. I also extended the platform in front of my little workshop so it was bigger and could comfortably store more dinos if need be. After that, though, it was back to the mutating for the next 6 days, which, to be honest, was probably the most productive breeding session I've had in ARK for years. Because before the end of day 60 rolled around, I got my 20th, that's right, you heard me right, the 20th melee mutation on the Megalos, which was insane. But I wasn't done yet. Oh no, I wanted to go even bigger. Sure, 20 was great and all, but I wanted to see if I could get a clean 900% melee damage on the Megalos without any levels bumped into the stat itself. So, well, that's what I did. Before that, though, I went and brought back a little Shinehorn because they were by far my favorite life pet in the game, and I could not go this entire video without taming at least one. It was also a pretty high level too, a 140 to be exact. After that, I realized I was running significantly low on metal, so I went over the bridge I had just made right next to where my gas collector was and mined up the metal veins there. There's about 8 or so over along that ridge, and it gives me a decent amount every time for me not to have to go anywhere else for metal. Plus, with how fast resources spawn back in, I could keep going back and forth and get thousands of metal in just minutes. I did take a small little break to tame up a basilisk, but it was nothing special, just a level 55. I merely wanted to tame one, just to say I did it. After that tame, and after all the metal was done smelting though, I made up a few structures I needed. An industrial forge, and an industrial cooker. I needed to grab some more metal eventually, but by the end of day 63, I had both structures crafted and ready to be placed. Day 65 was just megalo breeding, but day 66, I finally decided to take on a yeeling, wanting to at least tame one in this playthrough. They spawn in the forest right next to my base too, so it was perfect for building a trap and just waiting for a high level to spawn in. I tamed it to level 140 pretty quickly, and it had decent stats, at least for 140 it did. I never used the creature, like, ever. But it was cool to tame one just to say I did, I guess. Bragging rights, you know? All the way up to day 70 was, can you guess? Megalo breeding. I did, however, hatch out the rest of the Drake eggs I had nabbed throughout the playthrough to see if they had any good genes, and to my surprise, I found some very powerful ones, like a vampiric trait that was Paragon level 3. Now, day 71, the day I decided to risk it all to tame a Reaper. Throughout my entire ARK career, I have never once tamed a Reaper. Not once. When I first started this 100-day video, I knew I wanted to try and attempt this, and today was that day, for I found a pretty high-level Reaper Queen. After luring it back to a non-radiation zone, I trapped it after what felt like hours of struggle. Once I had finally got it trapped, though, I placed on a lantern to keep it weakened and started the process. Once I got impregnated, I quickly went back to base, but due to an update, I had Dino wiped before going out to look for Reapers, and there was literally nothing for me to kill for XP. And by the time I got home, the Reaper was ready to be birthed. So, that high level was literally for nothing. Day 72 was spent raising up a new Tranq for the Rockwell fight and getting all the resources in order to finally make my main base. Day 76 was spent birthing out more Reapers, 3 more to be exact, and this time I got the full level bonus on each of them, making them all pop out at level 218. After I sorted out the Reapers, I went out to tame up an anglerfish because I was sick and tired of collecting pearls by hand and wanted another way to do so. Plus, I needed more electronics to build some things. It was a decent enough level, 120 if I'm not mistaken, and it was a pretty cool color too, a crimson red. Once I got back with the angler, I threw out the Reapers and let them heal up for the time being. After that though, on day 78 I went out and actually started to gather the pearls I needed for the structures I wanted to make. I then went back home and crafted up some cementing paste before finally, on day 79, crafting the Stream Forge, a new forge that requires element to activate. So, to get my first pieces of element, I went back out to grab some more blue gems, because those are one of the ingredients needed to make element in a charge station. After that, I had everything I needed, so, after charging up 8 batteries, I made my very first piece of element. Or 3 pieces, to be exact. Day 81 was the day. The day I hatched out the army that would destroy Rockwell. At least, I hoped. I was finally done mutating, and the final numbers were in. 27 melee mutations at around 920% melee damage, without any levels boosted into them with the imprint. These things were absolute beasts. Days 85 to days 99. I'll tell you what, I never expected to last this long in a hardcore challenge. No dying on Aberration? That's literally insanity for me. The man who once jumped off a Quetz platform saddle and took a nosedive headfirst into a tree. But, alas, here we are. The final stretch. These last 10 or so days was literally me just around base and prepping everything I need for the boss fight.
medical brews, soups, ammo, the lot of it. I spent so long just AFK around base, waiting for items to be either done crafting or done smelting, so I could then craft that stuff into more stuff. I also made up some decent megalo saddles from a blueprint I found up on the surface. I think it was Mastercraft. Although I literally used up every last bit of hide I had. But, it's not like I need it for anything else at the moment, especially since I was, going to defeat Rockwell soon. During this time frame, though, I was also letting the army gain passive XP in the Dino Balls from the Dino Depot mod. And I think it was around day 90-ish, 91 maybe, when I decided they finally had enough experience for me to take out and start to level them up a bit. I made sure they had around 40,000 health and at least 1,000 melee damage, but most of them had over 1,000. After that, I had to put them back in their balls and let them heal up. So that gave me some more time to do some chores around the base while waiting. One of the Megalos, though, I hand-picked a very special name for. Valus to Arc. Listen, if you know, you know. After that, I simply started crafting up more gunpowder, making up more shotgun shells, and double-checking I had everything ready. And before I knew it, it was time, folks. Before I get into the boss fight, I just want to say thank you. All of you who sit down and watch my videos. Your support on the content I make inspires me to keep making it, so thank you. Truly from the bottom of my heart. I want you to know that I mean every single word. Now let's go kill Rockwell. Alright, here we go. The finale of Aberration. Oh my god. Alright, let's do this. Okay, here we go. Wow.
I've survived more than you could ever predict. You find yourself in the presence of Sir Edmund Rockwell, savant, scientist, survivor.
Hello?
It's been ages since I've seen one of you. Suppose I've nearly forgotten what you look like. Those others, they left me out here to die ages ago. My so-called allies. Too small and fearful to understand what I...
Come on, turn around.
Our half-mechanical overseers called us survivors. They reached back to pluck us from the pages of history and then locked us into their crucibles for their infernal use. is everyone so obstinately blind to what I accomplish? You remind me of those soldiers from the future. They tried to keep me from learning what fueled their contraptions in these arcs, but I found it. I stole the meanest file of heavenly stuff that lights the stars and holds angels alone.
Come on, reload.
My discovery, my Edmondium. Who else would have been bold enough to use its power? I've begun my ascent to godhood, and I will bring humanity with me one way or another. Through me, none need fear illness or injury, nor even death. I've never cared for stinging insects. What are you trying to accomplish here?
There we go.
Without me, there is no future. What exactly is your plan? Even if you could get past me to the surface. The world has fallen to titanic monstrosities that will snuff you out like a candle flame. It takes a god to kill titans, you fool. Death is on its way to collect you. Behold the might of Edmund.
Ow.
Don't recall giving me permission to touch me. There's a cry from one you need.
Alright, come on.
Almost felt a twinge at I'm done pulling my
Come on.
punches.
Come on. Or half health, baby. Half health. Half health. We're almost there.
Time for me to unload. You think you've hurt me in some way? Surely now you must understand what I have done and have done. Unless my defeated mankind hope to take back its own,
Oh.
I would assume the mantle of my creed. It's not too late for you to show me some measure of deference. Perhaps I will be moved to make an example of you if you lay down your arms. Agree to serve me, and in return I will imbue you with a share of this power I can
Shut it, Rockwell.
There's plenty of infinity here to go around. Or you could continue your petty crusade. and gain.
Come on. He's almost dead. He's almost dead. Mother. Did you just say I don't recall giving you permission to touch me? Rockwell, get out of here. Bro, get out of here.
It's quite within my means to destroy you. Why do you recoil from my love? This may burn you.
You be gone. Oh, all right. We're almost there. He's almost dead. These Reapers, though, they're just annoying.
I'm not pulling my punches.
What in the?
Take your best shot. But I can be constantly given enough time.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. This is it. This is it. Bro's got a sliver left.
Wise to leave my sanctuary before I manage to form a new body. Either way,
This is it. This is it.
how long are you going to keep
Mother.
up this foolishness? I advise against feeling hope just yet.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yes! Yes! Here we go. You hold the element. Look at these. Where's Valis to Arc, your goat? Yes, we did it, everybody. Here we go. Ascension. The third Ascension. Oh, here we go. Here we go, everybody. Yes. We defeated Aberration. Let's go. Oh my god. We did it. We did it. Ah, next stop, Extinction, man. Next stop, Extinction. Here we go. Nice. That's what I like to see. Oh my god. Yes. Excuse me. Oh, here we are. Look at that. Oh, yeah. That doesn't look quite rendered in there, wildcard. That doesn't look rendered in there. Oh, it doesn't matter. We did it.
It needed to be done, Survivor.
My God, Helena, you are
Rockwell
so
is
loud.
finally no more. As surely nothing could have survived that ark's destruction.
Helena, you are so
Perhaps
loud.
in oblivion, there is a measure of peace for the man Edmund once was, and not the monster he became.
Nah. He's a monster. He's
Now
always
that
gonna
you've
be a
ended
monster.
the threat from above, it's finally time for you to join me on the surface below. We must turn our attention to Earth. Everything you've survived has prepared you for this. You must confront humanity's past, so that we can restore our planet's future.
Here we are. I don't mind that last death. I was exploring yesterday when it dropped on Xbox. All right, here we are. Let the textures load in a bit. But yeah, here we go. We're just gonna start do normal Ark stuff now. But yeah, this series, I'm hoping, right, that I can defeat the Mecha King Titan, right? If I can't, because there's so much that goes into it to kill off Mecha King Titan. I would have to kill every single Titan 3 times. Then I'd need to get like something ridiculous, like over 2,000 hearts, right? 2,000 corrupted hearts. And it's just, if it happens, it'll happen, right? I think that's an OST that just landed or something. But if it happens, right? Because I think I could get there if everything goes according to plan, right? But this is Ark, and things never go according to plan. So yeah. We'll see where it takes us, but for the first 10 days, right, I have a plan. The plan is to essentially tame up some tech parasaurs to farm up metal, electronics, oil, and element dust. Then, tame some RGs, make a base, tame some gotchas, tame some snow owls, because I want material. I don't want to worry about materials, right? So I need gotchas. But in order to get to the forest, I need an RG. But I also need RGs to make an RG army to kill the Desert Titan. Because that's how I did it in AFC. I brought up some RGs. I brought up something ridiculous, like 30 RGs. And I just have them just melt the Desert Titan. So yeah, that's basically what we're gonna do, and we're going to build at the sanctuary where Green Ob is, because it's right next to the wasteland, right? Easy access to stuff, and it just makes sense.
You heard past me. Let's get to work. Like every single one of these 100-day videos, I started off with the essentials, collecting stone, thatch, and wood to make basic tools. You all know the drill. Unlike any other map, though, Extinction was rich with all sorts of resources right off the bat that usually would have to be made later down the road. The lampposts around the city were an excellent source of early-game electronics, crystal, element dust, and even metal. Although, you could also kill the defense units or enforcers to get even more resources.
Yeah, no, I need the bed first. The bed comes first. How big is that roly-poly? Could I take the roly-poly on? Because that is easy stuff. I think we risk it. I think we risk it for the biscuit. No! There we go. I tricked you. Now you're fighting all of them. You dummy. Mama's gonna hurt you. Nice. All right, I'm not gonna harvest that until everyone's away from that area. Yeah. All right. That's good materials right there. That is good materials. Can you leave so I don't accidentally hit one of you? That'd be fantastic. Wow. Oh, yeah. There's water just up here, right? Is that an Armadoggo? Yo. Everybody, pause. I think we just found ourselves an Armadoggo. Now, before we get into the nitty-gritty of this playthrough, I want to take this time at the beginning of the video to explain a few things while I'm getting myself situated near Green Up. First and foremost, yes, I most certainly sped run through the beginning stage of Ark. As you watch the video right before your eyes, you'll notice that I build up to flat pretty quickly, and that's because I didn't want to mess around. Like stated in the beginning, I wanted to see if I could attempt Alpha King Titan, and for that, I couldn't spend 20 days as a beach bob. Although later on, something else happens that prevents me from doing Alpha King Titan, so it really didn't matter, but I'll get to that later. I know the best and most fun stages of Ark are when you're first starting off, naked and afraid, but I wanted to get to an area I felt comfortable in and make a base so everything I did from that point on would become easier. Within the first day alone, I got a full set of flat gear along with weapons and tools. Hell, I even used that fancy upgrade station mod I had installed to make better gear since I had primitive loot at the moment. That's another thing I wanted to touch on, mods. If you want to know all the mods I used during this playthrough, there should be a list down in the description of this video for you to check out. But just to name off a few that are on the top of my head, we had the stacking mod, Utilities Plus, the upgrade station, better Tranqs, Omega teleporters, Dino Finder, and a few more that I sadly can't remember at the moment. Second order of business is the boss fight, or more specifically the Alpha King Titan fight. I'll just tell you here, right? Right now, I did not kill the Alpha King Titan. I don't even attempt it, but I did want to. I really did during this playthrough. And I did actually build up to try and attempt it. Sadly, though, there was a glitch going around on single player, right? Where if you brought creatures to the King Titan arena, most of the time, when they went to attack the boss, they just stare up at it and not attack, even though they were whistled onto the King Titan and on neutral. Also, there was a glitch where on single player, if you tried to summon in the Mega Mech, it would crash your game and delete your character, so that was not an option. I tested it out on my other world before doing anything on this one, and let's just say 3 out of the 3 times I tried to fight the King Titan on my alt account, all the creatures I brought with me, whether they be Titans, Gigas, or Dreads, they just stare up at the boss's crotch and let it beat the ever-loving crap out of them. No worries though, my friends. By the time I get to the end of the playthrough, I do fight the King Titan. Sadly though, it wasn't alpha because of that glitch. I didn't have time to prepare for all 3 fights by the time day 100 rolled around. Back to the gameplay though. As you watch through day 1, you'll see me slowly but steadily build up to where I was comfortable. But if I wanted to do anything, I need a mount, so I could travel on, and what better mount than a flyer? Towards the end of day 1, once I had my little outpost set up, I noticed an RG that was level 110 just flying around my base, so I set up a trap and lured it in before taming it up with Prime Mate. After that, I simply upgraded my crossbow, which took all my metal, before finding a very low-level Dodic and taming it up. Day 2 was all about RGs. I planned to take on the Desert Titan with an RG army, so for that, I needed halfway decent birds, so day 2 was spent finding high levels around the sanctuary and taming them up. Luckily enough, two 130s spawned pretty close to my base, so I picked up that arch trap that I tamed the first bird with and remade it closer to where they had spawned in. I really would have liked a better RG, if I'm being honest. I'm talking like 140, 145, but all things considered, I take a couple 130s. After I tamed up the two RGs, though, I then spent the rest of day 2 farming up resources to make a protective wall around my little outpost. I only needed to make 2 walls, though, so that was good, but I did have to spend a lot of resources on those behemoth gates. Prices that need to be paid, though, for protection. Am I right? On day 3, I tamed up a tech stego that had wandered into my base before I had set up the walls because I needed a berry harvester. Yes, I know the tech parasaur I tamed up could harvest berries, but I had something planned for them, so I thought the stego would be a good second choice. After that, I used up pretty much all my resources, again, to upgrade my armor in the upgrade station. Listen, I don't care if any of you accuse me of cheating by using this mod. I love mods. Get back to me when you play Ark Survival Evolved for basically 8 years straight on console with 0 mods while watching all the PC players getting to enjoy these cool ass mods. Meanwhile, I'm stuck playing Vanilla Ark for 8 years. Listen, you can only beat all the maps so many times before it starts to get repetitive, man. Right, let's get back to the video, shall we? After I was done around base, I spent the rest of the day over in the snow biome setting up a small fob because I needed to tame up some snow owls. And I wasn't getting them for my personal use either. I had a better plan in mind for these fluffy hedwigs. A plan that would require me to go down into the sunken forest. Day 4 was spent prepping for my journey to the sunken forest, although I did take a few pit stops out in the wasteland for some polymer to make up a fridge and some AC units. After that, I rolled around in my Dodic to farm up some stone before heading on down to the forest. I got pretty lucky too, for I found a decent level gotcha with an opposite gender baby, so after taming up the parent, I claimed the baby as my own before heading on home. Once I got home, I began to breed up all the creatures I had, the owls, RGs, and tech parasaurs, but in order to maximize the effectiveness, I've tamed up an oviraptor to collect the eggs for me. The entirety of day 5 was spent hatching out all the eggs I had collected. I didn't really care for perfect stat creatures either. Besides the RGs, of course, for the boss fight. For the owls and parasaurs, though, I just needed more of them. All of day 6 was spent out in the wasteland again, but this time with a chainsaw, hacking away at corrupted creatures' hides to get even more polymer. I also spent the last half of the day out with the Yankee gathering more metal. Shocker, I know. With all that metal and polymer I collected, though, on day 7 I made up a chem bench along with a few more industrial items before I shifted my attention over to the gotchas. I wanted to make some sort of gotcha farm, so around the outpost I built 4 identical little areas for a gotcha couple with a place for 4 snow owls to land above them. Every time they would barf up a pellet, it would then fall down and the gotchas would collect them. They weren't special by any means, but they were effective, and at the moment, that's all I really cared about. The construction even went into day 8. That's how long it took me to come up with a design, and then replicate it 3 times. I had to keep going back out to gather more and more resources since I built it all out of stone. It was a good thing I tamed up that Dodic early on, though. Now, this by far isn't going to be the final gotcha farm design. Later on, towards the end of this playthrough, I actually make up a better one that I saw Ross Clark make, but for now, until I expanded, this one would have to do. Day 9 was spent back over in the snow biome to try and get better level snow owls to breed up and get an imprinted one. I got pretty lucky too, for I found a level 145 male and a 145 female snow owl just 1,000 or so meters away from one another. After I got back to base, though, I set the owls to breed and used up my resources to craft the very new biogrinder. And let me just tell you, this thing is literally awesome. And on day 10, I literally spent the entire time AFKing around base and grabbing up some good old loot from some gotcha crystals. Day 11 was when I found a max level enforcer just outside my base, so, well, you know what I had to do. I went out my newly imprinted RG Houdini and killed it for the blueprint.
After I got back and safely stored the BP, I made up a mega lab in Grill with the materials I had just gotten from all the gotcha crystals. I did have to go out and steal more paste, though, from the neighboring beavers, and let's just say they weren't too pleased about that decision. I then went on an alligator hunt, or more specifically, a Sarco hunt, to grab their tribute items because if I wanted to take on the Desert Titan soon, I need 10 Sarco skins. Which, once was all said and done, left me with acquiring just 10 fire talents. Don't worry, I'll get to that in a moment. In the meantime, I had a new building project in mind, which involved the biogrinder. Remember those tech parasaurs I tamed up on day one? Well, they were going to come in handy now because I decided to make an automatic metal, oil, dust, and electronic farm. Yes, I know it's a bit demented, okay? But then again, every ARC player has done something like this before, so, it's fine. Basically, to give you the rundown, I placed down the grinder and made 2 open levels where the parasaurs would be standing. I made sure they were facing toward the wall, though, so when their eggs fell, they fell down right onto the grinder. I then placed down an air con along the floor, so when the eggs fell, they were in close proximity of the AC and would incubate without having to go up and interact with them. Ow! I can't see! I died. That's great. That's fantastic. Man. Um. Hmm. Very intriguing. How am I gonna get myself out of this one? On the next blow breath. Wow. Yes! I killed him. Are you telling me that I can just... Alright. I can tank them for a little bit. But not a lot. I can't get away. It's impossible for me to get away. Yeah. Alright, well, first death. That's fine. After that failure, with only 1 talent in my pocket, I went back to base to breed up the gotchas because I was on the hunt for element dust to make up that 115 Forcer, but I also wanted to grind enough element to make a replicator soon. I spent all of day 14 breeding though, and nothing to show for it. That was, until I learned a valuable piece of information. Alright, so that was 1. Oh my god! Somebody save me! There's no way! There's no... Bro, there's no way. There's no way that I didn't know the Dodic did this. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. I've spent hours breeding up the gotchas. Because I thought... Oh my god, someone save me.
Please, someone. Okay, I hate. That's the one thing I can't. Yeah, as you can see, learning that valuable piece of information helped me out a ton. In no time at all, I had enough dust to make up that enforcer. An enforcer that I named Thanos, by the way. But if I wanted to make that replicator and have enough element to craft and power a tech suit, I need a lot more where that came from. A lot more. I took a quick break from the element grind though, because while I was doing so, I stumbled upon a level 145 Rex, and you just know I had to tame it. Even though I never used this gal once in the entire playthrough. I quickly hopped on back to base and made up a few super trank darts to instantly KO this Rex. I then force-fed the dino the Tame Helper, which is another part of the ultimate trank mod that basically makes a dino's foo stat drop all the way down to 0. After that, the level 145 Rex was mine. I then shifted my focus back to the task at hand. Element. Along the east side of the sanctuary, there's this little dome structure that you shouldn't miss. There's a terminal right in the center of the build. Basically, since I'm on single player, I have my resource respawn a lot faster than on official because I don't have time to wait around a couple hours for things to spawn back in. Especially when they don't even spawn back in unless I'm in the area. There's these little benches, tables, and light posts scattered around the area that give element dust. So I spent a little over an hour harvesting them all constantly, and got a grand total of a couple hundred elements. Day 18 was when I finally had enough resources to make up the tech replicator, along with a full set of armor, a rifle, and enough leftover element to run it for a few days until I went to harvest some more. For those of you who may be confused on why I have tech this early on, let me explain. Basically, after every 100-day series, I ascend, right? The island, Scorched Earth, and Aberration. I ascended and landed on the next map, and when you ascend and move on, you don't technically lose your levels or your engrams. I'm basically playing these 100-day challenges as my complete playthrough of the story maps and arcs, so it makes sense chronologically for my survivor to still have all the tech grams he had when on the other maps, which is why I'm also such a high level starting off. Just wanted to clear the air on that in case you or some of you were confused. Now, once I had my full tech suit, I then went on a wyvern killing spree with the armor to get the rest of the talents for the Desert Titan, since now I could properly outrun a wyvern and its breath attack. Plus, the tech rifle shreds through corrupted wyverns. Shreds! All of day 19 was spent building up my beginner outpost a bit. I was sick of looking at all my crafting benches just placed at random spots along the floor. The same with all my storage too. So, after I built myself a garage, along with after hatching out the RG army for the Desert Titan, I got to work on the base. I first placed down the rest of the foundations that were needed, at least on the flat areas. Once that was done, I made a little 5x5 box that would house all of my appliances and storage for the time being. Before I did anything too crazy though, I made sure to place down the garage right in the middle of the base so I could then build around it and not worry about space. The little house wasn't anything spectacular. It was just a little 5x5 with a pointed roof and some extra decorative pieces hanging off the side of it to make it look more wastelandy, if that's even a word. I also made up an industrial forge before placing down some defensive X turrets around base because I was so sick of the flying rats, the seagulls, the ichthyonuses, whatever you want to call them, flying around base and stealing my crap from me. I was sick of it. I'm done. It's okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. You don't need to worry about me, all right? It's just a dumb seagull, all right? Nothing to worry about. On day 20, well, I didn't do much on day 20, if I'm being honest. I mainly made sure my RGs were all saddled up and ready to go with a few levels pumped in all of them before I shifted my focus onto the garage. I'm in my very first battle rig, but I'll tell you now, I never used these cars, like ever. I was too busy being focused on killing the King Titan to really care about them. I don't think so. Alright, I'm gonna do it. Alright, here we go. Desert Titan. Let's do it. Oh, here we go, everybody. Here we go. Whew. Alright. Alright. We got this. We can do this. It's definitely gonna happen. We're gonna kill him. The Desert Titan is going down, let me tell you. It does not stand a chance. Oh, it's right there. Alright, so I have to go over here and whistle all these guys to follow me. Look at that. Alright, everyone, follow me. Kill the Desert Titan. Oh yeah, look at them. Oh, look at them go. Look at them go. That's amazing. Yes, yes, keep doing that. Come on. Is it stuck? Look at it. Oh, but look at that health. It's, oh my god. Yes, yes, here we go. Come on, RGs. Come on. You're almost halfway. Look at that. Yeah, see, this is why you do an RG army. This is exactly why. Oh yeah, here we go. Desert Titan, you're going down! You're going down, buddy! You are going down. He's stuck there, look at him. Look at him. He's an idiot. There we go. More damage, more damage. Keep going, keep going. There you go. Come on, we're almost there. We're under half. Ooh, that did 700 damage right there. I saw that. Okay, we're almost there. We have no casualties yet. No casualties. Come on. Are some of them bloody? I can't tell. I really can't tell. Come on, we're almost there. We're almost there. Keep going, keep going. Oh my god. There we go. Slow and steady. He's almost dead. None of them have died yet. So that's good. Come on. Who's gonna kill it? Who's gonna kill it? Which one of you? What the fuck? Which one of you killed it? Hello? Why didn't it give me anything? Why didn't it give me any loot? Why did it give me nothing? That's not... Wait a minute. Let me see something. Oh, I can't even do that. That's great. This is kind of bad. I need that stuff. Isn't it supposed to drop shit? Oh, wait a minute. What's this? Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh, there it is. Okay, that scared me for a second. That scared me for a second. Oh, look at that. I got 3 element, really? Wow. Okay. Okay. Never mind. We're good. Look at that loot. What does that sound? Oh, it's you. Okay, so that's good to know. Okay, look what we got. There we go. That's what we needed. Desert Titan trophy. 1 Titan down. 3 to go. On day 22, I kid you not, I spent the entire day flying around trying to find anything and anything. Killed some Therizinos for their claws, because I'd need them for the Ice Titan, but my main goal was to try and kill things around the snow to force a Karkar or a Giga to spawn in, because if I wanted to complete some orbital supply drops, I need a pretty decent Karkar. The Gigas were mainly for the King Titan fight that I was planning to do down the road. Day 23, I needed some more materials, so I AFK'd around base and let the grinder do its thing, along with letting some of the gotchas produce crystals for me. Day 24 was once again spent out in the wasteland, flying around and hoping to force a Giga or Karkar to spawn in. The only way to get them to spawn in quicker is to go around the border of the snow and kill everything, so it was a pretty slow process, not gonna lie there, but eventually it would pay off. Just not today. In the meantime, though, while flying around the perimeter of the snow, I did come across a max level male Rex, and I couldn't pass up the opportunity to have a mating pair of good Rexes. Just in case, so I knocked it out, tamed it up, and then claimed its child just for safekeeping. Like I said previously though, words, I didn't use Rexes once during this playthrough. But it never hurt to be overprepared just in case, right? All of day 25 was spent flying around the sanctuary and taming up some better level armored doggos so I could get an imprinted one as my companion. But after I did all of that, I flew back out to the wasteland and finally, all of my hard work was about to pay off. A level 140 Karkar was waiting for me when I went over to the snow biome on day 26, just begging for me to tame it. So I quickly went back to base, made a good old-fashioned trap, with a bear trap, lured the Karkar into the middle, sealed it up, and drug over bodies of dead T-Rex babies to earn its trust. I guess those Rexes did come in handy after all. I had to earn its trust 2 times, so before the timer hit 0, I went back to the trap, got it off, trapped it in again, before feeding it another dead Rex, and before I knew it, the level 140 Karkar was mine. But that's not all, folks. No, for as I was riding around on the Karkar taming it up, I saw level 25 Giga spawn in. Yes, I know it's only level 25, but a Giga is a Giga, and at that point, I take anything, seeing as how I already spent so many hours searching for one. And for all of you no-lives in the comments who write, "Oh, there's no way, you cheated, you spawned it in." Bro, I literally stream all these 100-day playthroughs live on my Twitch account and then post them to YouTube. I didn't cheat. You can go back and double check me if you want to. I believe day 26 would be stream 6 that you're looking for. Day 27 was the day I bred out my imprinted doggo companion who just so happened to have a purple color mutation, which was pretty sick in my opinion. All of day 28 and 29 was spent making the wall for my new wasteland outpost. I didn't really move that far away from my first base, just to the other side of Grenoble, right on the edge of the wasteland, but I knew if I was going to start breeding up Gigas and Karkars soon, which was the plan, I need a bigger space, so it was time to move. It took me the entirety of these 2 days just to make the wall around camp. I kid you not, that's how big it was. Now,
As I was building the wall, I admit I had no idea how I wanted the new base to look. And even towards the end, I didn't really know, but I think I came up with a few cool designs throughout the lifespan of this base. Let me know what you think down in the comments below after you watch the entire video. Anyways, I also placed down the tribe tower on the center rock, which I would soon build the base around, within the next few days. Sadly, though, I had run out of stone by the time day 30 rolled around, so all of day 30 was spent flying around on the Dodic gathering up as much stone as I could because I wanted to make the base look somewhat decent. I'll tell you now, though, the base kind of stays in this weird half-finish, half-not state for like the next 70 days. Days 31 and 32 were spent building up the new base with the materials I had just farmed up. I placed some X turrets around the perimeter of the wall before I built around the tribe tower. Basically a platform that would house all my crafting benches for the time being. After I was done building, though, I found something that I had been spending hours searching for. Before I get to that, though, let's finish up with this build, shall we?
Alright. Now this is where, over here is where I found the car. Now, maybe something else has spawned in. Oh, here we are. Oh, thank you. Oh, no way. There's no way. There's no way. It's a female and it's a 145? Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Oh no, I forgot. I forgot to bring. I forgot. No. I forgot to. Okay, that's fantastic. I didn't. Listen. Okay. This is perfect. This is perfect. This is absolutely perfect. I did not bring anything to tame it with either, so this is doubly perfect. All right, mutton right there. Give me that. Give me the prime. No, stop doing that. I don't have time for this. I have the arrow. I have the super arrow. I have the thing. I have that. I have my crowd balls. Okay, let's go. Let's go back quickly. There we go. Oh my god, that was loud. Alright, quickly. That's 145 giga. Yes. 145. Let's go. Okay, we're done. We're done with gigas. We don't need any more gigas now. Oh, yes. Oh, you lost a level. Well, how much? Wait a minute. 31? That doesn't look good. That melee. I'm gonna be real with you. That doesn't look good. But it doesn't matter. I'm gonna love you no matter what because you're a mating pair. There we go. Alright, quickly, let's go back to base. Yep, a level 145 giga of the opposite gender to the one I had. Like Past Me said, I no longer had to worry about gigas. For the next 2 days, I sat around AFKing at my new base and letting the gigas breed to get a perfect mate pair, but I also used up some of my resources to fully upgrade a car saddle because my luck had just struck again. I'm not lying when I say this playthrough. It's probably the luckiest I've ever been in Ark. Ever. So now let's do this. Alright. As you can see, it's a male 50. So if I do this, it should sniff it, and it should be fine. Oh, you rat! Oh. Oh. That's annoying. Okay. Now, let's do this again. I don't have infinite of these, alright? So please no more wolves just pop out of nowhere. There we go. Alright. Come on. You should sniff it soon, right? There you go. Yeah, sniff, buddy, sniff. Come on. Eat it. Perfect. Alright. Here we go. Really? Alright, there we go. So now, we just tame this guy. Yes, okay, I know I was only level 50, but I wasn't looking for another high-level car. I was simply looking for a mating pair, which is exactly what I got. I now had a breeding pair of both Gigas and Cars, and no longer had to worry about trying to force them to spawn in by going on a mass killing spree along the border of the snow, which meant I could now shift my focus to other things during this playthrough. But first, well, I wanted to tame a certain creature. I've never tamed a Dreadmare in survival, right? I made a showcase video on it when it first came out, like 2 months ago, but that was it. So I wanted to test my luck and see if I had what it takes to make the Dark Pegasus my friend. So I went out and killed a few that were flying around. I got 2 145 female alters to drop, but the highest level male I could find was a 110, which would have to do for the time being. But before I tried to tame a Dreadmare, I had to breed up the Cars, because I also wanted to take on an OSD soon. For both the OSD and the Dreadmare, though, I needed more ammo, so I spent a good portion of day 37 making up bullets for my shotgun out of all the charcoal I had lying around. Day 38 was spent back out in the wasteland farming up some Apex drops in order for me to tame the 2 Dreadmares I had, both the 110 and one of the 145 females. I started off with killing some more Therazinos and Thylos roaming around, along with the gas bags that roamed the wasteland, for those were the most common Apex drop I stumbled upon. After I got a decent amount of drops from those creatures,
I then shifted my focus to corrupted creatures, i.e. rock drakes, gigas, and a few fire wyverns. The gigas were easy to kill with my tech rifle. Sure, I burned through a lot of element doing so, but that was the most effective way for me to kill them at the time. Once I was done with corrupted creatures, I went to the snow to hunt down some rhino horns and Yudi lungs. It's a good thing I did that too, for later on, towards the end of this playthrough, those rhino horns come in handy for something else. Once I was done in the snow, though, I went over to the swamp to get Megalania toxin before heading to the desert biome to grab some aloe brains. Along the way back home, I killed a few Ceratos for their spines, but after that, I went back to base and prepared everything for the tame. Day 39 was spent waiting for nighttime to roll around. While waiting, though, I hatched out my personal car, which I named Honda Odyssey. There was literally no reason for it, I just thought it was a funny name at the time. But after a long day just sitting around base, breeding and farming up resources, nighttime finally rolled around, which meant I could begin the taming process for the Dreadmare. For those who have never tamed a Dreadmare before, let me explain it to you, while past me demonstrates. You have to first find a wild Dreadmare out and about. They only spawn during the night though, so if you're looking during the day, you won't find them. Once you kill them, in their inventory there'll be an item called an altar. You basically pick it up and place it down where you want to tame your Dreadmare. Once it turns night, the altar will demand you give an offering, which could be any apex drop on the map, which was why I was killing all those things the day before. Once you sacrifice the offering, a blood version of the Dreadmare will spawn in, and you will have to kill it in order to start taming it. As you can see, I used my car to help me with that. Once you kill the Bloodmare and offer it up tribute items a few times, depending on the level, you simply walk up to the altar and interact with it, and your Dreadmare will appear fully tamed. Once I tamed up the 110, sadly it was no longer night out, so I had to wait to tame up the other one. While waiting though, I decided that I would take on my first orbital supply drop on day 40. My first red supply drop. I was fairly confident with my imprinted Honda Odyssey though, so I knew that I could take it on, as long as I prepared, that is. I made a few pieces of hazard gear so I wouldn't get burned by the wyverns, and some medical brews just in case before flying around the wasteland until I found a red drop, which actually didn't take me that long. I was sort of surprised how well my first drop went, if I'm being honest. Towards the end there were a few wyverns, but nothing that I couldn't handle. All things considered, I got some pretty decent loot as well. After I went back to base though and put the gear away, it was time to tame up the second Dreadmare, this time the 145. It took like 20 offerings to tame this 145. I'm not kidding. I thought I was going to run out of time, but with the help from Honda Odyssey and my imprinted Giga Nemesis, they really made it easier. Listen, I tried to shoot at the thing a few times, but it's like a flying gnat around your head. You just can't get it to leave you alone, flying around in circles. It was annoying. I can see why people make traps for these things while taming now. But no matter, for with only a few hours left to spare, the 145 Dreadmare tamed up without a hitch, and now I could breed up the two I had and make an even better one. Day 41 was spent breeding up everything around base. The Gigas for mutations, and the Dreadmares to get an imprinted version as my new mount. After that, though, I found something that I just couldn't pass up. While I was farming up some metal in the sunken forest, on my way back, I came across a level 115 Dreadnoughtus that was pretty close to a Gamma Element vein. Now, where it wouldn't be perfectly tamed, I really didn't care. I just wanted to tame up one of the new creatures, so I went back to base, dropped off all the metal, and raced back to the Dread with some Behemoth Gates and Element. Like I said, it was pretty close to the vein itself, so I didn't have to use a lot of element, but once it had followed me to the vein, I boxed it in with some stone gates and got to work defending it. Since it was a gamma, like I said, there was nothing too serious that attacked, mainly stegos, Tranqs, raptors, dillos, and pteranodons. It only took me around a half an hour to complete the event and tame up my very first Dreadnoughtus in ASA. It would have taken less time if the dillos stopped hiding from me, but, what you can do about it. Now, the only thing I needed was a high-level male dread, and then I'd be all set for the creatures I need in order to kill the King Titan, along with both the Force and Ice one. But that was still a few days down the road. After I tamed up the dread, I went over to both the desert and ice biome to tame up two specific creatures, Semanas and Velos. I had an idea for the Velos in the future that I'd need them for, and the Manas, well, I just wanted one, if I'm being honest. I found a few high-level Velos while in the desert, but the highest mana I found was a 110, so I decided to just cut my losses and take what I could get.
What in the world? Where is bro going? Bro is not there. Bro is not there. Where is he going? Let me save the game real quick in case I crash. Because that's always a possibility. Yeah, no, he's just not even there. Bro's gone. Bro is literally gone. Can't say I've ever seen this before. Can't say I've ever seen this before. Huh. Alright. I mean, sure. Invisible mana is slowly ascending to the heavens. Day 44 and 45 was spent, shocker, breeding. I wanted to work on the mutations as quick as possible for the final boss fight, and the quicker I got this done, the better. Sadly though, I had to switch cryo mods because at the time, the Dino Depot mod was kinda glitchy. Whenever it went to auto-capture a baby, it would crash my game, so I had to use the Super Cryo Storage mod instead. Day 46 was the day that I found something fantastic. A max level male Dreadnoughtus hanging out just outside my base, right on the edge of where the sanctuary met the wasteland. I couldn't do much about it though, at least not yet. I had to wait for an element vein to spawn in somewhat close to its position, so until that happened, I decided to work my base a bit. I needed room for all my trophies, right? All the heads I had collected in artifacts, so on that main platform where the tribe tower was, I decided to make a small room which would house everything. You may notice that some of these trophies are from other maps. And before you accuse me of anything, yes, I spawned them in. I wanted the head of every boss so far I'd killed hung up in this room, so I spawned them in because, let's be honest, the trophies served no real purpose on other maps besides decoration, so I didn't see the harm in it. I also brought along the flags as well, because the flags are cool. But if I'm being honest, it took me a while to come up with a good design for this little building. I kid you not, I spent like an hour trying to figure out what I wanted the roof to look like. And there were certainly some pretty unique designs. Let's call them that, unique. It's a good word for it. It looks like a face. Oh my, oh no, no, no. I can't see it. Oh no. Oh no, that's bad. That's so bad. Oh no. As I was building, my prayers had been answered, though, for just outside my base, towards that weird implant-looking structure, I saw an alpha element vein spawning. So you know what that meant? Yep, it was time to tame that 150 dread. After luring it towards the vein, I blocked it in with metal behemoth gates. Gates that I used all my metal on, might I add. The vein was, well, it was harder to defend than the first one. Let's just leave it at that. The enemies were literally spawning inside of the vein. Inside of it! How the hell was I supposed to kill them without damaging the vein? The best I could do was hop off when it was safe, i.e., no wyverns around, to shoot them with any other weapon, because if I used my car too much to bite around the vein, it would destroy it. It definitely took me a lot longer than the previous tame, and I'm not lying when I tell you this, that vein was seconds away from death when the dread got tamed. When the tamed a creature text popped up on my screen, I bit down on the last paraser, and the vein literally exploded. I was an inch away from failing, but at least I tamed it. That's all I care about. After I returned back to base, I set the male next to the female and got back to work on my base because I realized, much to my own annoyance, that since building that new breeding pen, the outer wall was no longer in line with everything else. I'm not lying when I say I tore that old wall down just to rebuild it in line with the new pen. I couldn't stand how uneven it was. I just couldn't take it, so, well, I spent the rest of day 50 tearing down walls and replacing them so it was symmetrical again. I spent days 51 through 55 just AFKing at base and waiting for the dreads and gigas to breed up. Like I said before, I was trying to get mutations on the gigas while I needed to get the perfect mating pair of dreads. It took me literally hours to get them too. I got a couple melee mutated gigas during that stream, but I could not, for the life of me, get a 225 female dread. It was impossible. I wanted to try and get at least some mutations on the dreads as well, and during the time breeding, I got like 5 mutated babies before I got a perfect female. That's just how Ark be. You want something, and it gives you exactly what you're not looking for at the moment. I did keep 2 of the mutated babies, though. One of them was a double mutation melee, one which I named Tutti Frutti, and the other was a single melee mutated dread that I named Banana Bus. Day 56 was spent making up a temporary greenhouse to get some veggies because I wanted to get a mating pair of snails, and to do that, I needed veggie cakes. I was sick and tired of going to the beaver dams and stealing the paste that was there, so I decided to bite the bullet and just get it over with. Luckily, snails spawn like everywhere near my base, so it wasn't that hard to find 2 just roaming around. Before that, though, I needed a dung beetle for fertilizer and to actually make a temporary greenhouse. All of which I got done by the end of the day, though, so no biggie. Once that was done, on day 57, I spent the entire day searching for orbital supply drops. At the beginning, the only good ones I found were a few yellow ones. There was, of course, a couple blues and purples, but I was not going to do a blue drop. And I wasn't yet confident in my ability to complete a legendary drop, so I held off for the time being. Although, towards the end of day 57, I did find exactly 1 red drop, so, I had to do it. And it was a good thing too, because that red drop gave me my very first mech BP. Day 58 was spent getting the resources to craft up my very new level 108 mech. A mech that I named Badassatron, might I add. Listen, if you know, you know. If you couldn't already tell by now, I'm a huge Transformers fanatic. Day 59, I actually crafted up a normal Dread saddle and upgraded it in the Augment Station to make the cheapest saddle BP I could, which is another feature with the Upgrade Station mod. It wasn't by any means cheap. It still costed 6,000 metal, 3,000 paste, and 2,500 silica pearls just to make one, but for 80 armor, all those resources are gladly worth giving up. Day 60 was spent near the gotchas after taking a quick trip down to the Sunken Forest to tame up a Pego, and by the end of the day, I was able to make exactly one of the OP Dread Saddles. Day 61 was the day that I decided to take on all three Titans back to back: Forest, Ice, and Desert. I would be using my Dreads for each fight, seeing as how I just spent days breeding them up and farming for their saddles. For one Titan in particular, though, seeing as I already had killed it, I wanted to test something out and see if it was possible. For I saw Ross Clark do it, and I just had to know if it was true or not. I had to. But that's for later. For now, I'll simply let you watch these three fights unfold for themselves. Enjoy. There we go. Okay. Forest Titan, here we come. Let's do this. Get in the mech and whistle attack. Come on, we got this. Come on. Let's go. Go. Attack. Tutti Frutti Banana. Come on. There you go. How much damage do they do? Oh, 15,000! Oh my god, look at that! Why are Banana and Tutti Frutti the only ones on it? Oh no! Guys, come on! Yes! You did it! Banana Bus! Tutti Frutti! You did it! You did it! Let me get this dermis. Perfect. Oh my god. Banana Bus, Tutti Frutti, you are the goats. You literally are the goats. You are the goats. Let me give me this Forest Titan supply crate. There that is. Look at that. Nice. All right. Perfect. That is honestly amazing. the things. Go! Alright, there we go. They're surrounding it. That's good. No, don't follow me. There we go. Kill him. Kill him! Let's go! He's got nothing on us! He's got nothing! You guys are imprinted! 17k damage a pop? Come on. Yeah, we got this. Don't worry about it. We got it. Let's go. Kill him. Yes! Alright, first let me grab this dermis. Dermis. Boom. There we go. Now, we grab my loot. Let's go. That was easy. Oh, yes, we got that. Yes, we got that. And we got this. Yes. Oh, and we got actual tech armor. Oh, Lord. Let's go. We did it. All right. That was that. These guys are goated. These guys are absolutely goated. Yes, let's go. Let's do this. It's only been 40 minutes, too. Damn. Alright, we do this. We fly all the way up to the Desert Titan, right? And then we chuck a Dreadnoughtus right on top of them. Like I said, I saw Ross Clark do this, alright? Go, Banana Bus! Kill him! Yes! Go, Banana Bus! Go, Banana Bus! Go, Tutti Frutti Banana Bus! Yes! Go! Oh! I forgot about that. I did not see. Oops. Oops. That was a big oopsies on my part. That was a big oopsies on my part. Retrieve corpse or bag items. Yes! We did it! I completely forgot that lightning destroyed you. Alright, that's 100% my bad. Kill him! You too! Kill him! There you go. Yeah, I'm glad I got the Omega teleporters down. No, I did it again! I did it again! Oh, this is 100% my bad, everybody. I don't mean to be. I don't mean to suck. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No! It happened again. Guys, I don't mean to be this bad. Guys, I honestly don't mean to be this bad. Guys, I don't mean to be this bad. I really don't. He keeps spawn killing me. It's not fair. It's not fair. No! He did it again! He did it again! He did it again, everybody. I'm not lying when I tell you this isn't for fun. This isn't jokey. He's just spawn killing me. All right, I think what we got to do, right? What we have to do, we have to. All right, do this. No, elements. Where's the element one? Respawn Omega teleporter. Respawn on the element one. Grab our stuff here, and then teleport back. Right? Open teleporter, view Omega teleporters, go to the Desert Titan. Yeah, go! Yeah, man, these are they're brutal. I did not mean to, I didn't die once in the other fights. Yeah, he's almost dead. There we go. Okay, yeah. Listen, I don't mean to like. I did not mean to keep dying like that. What is under? All right, whatever. All right, here we go. Yep, more stuff. All right. That's not what we did it for. We mainly did this for the dermis. That's mainly what we did it for. Look. I did not mean to die 4 times, but that motherfucker, he was spawn camping me. You saw that. You saw that. He was spawn camping me. How bad is my armor? Oh, you know, actually not that bad. All right. There we go. Well, that was a Desert Titan fight. I did not mean to suck that bad. All right. It just happened. You know, sometimes it just be like that. May now post. Let me save the game. Wow. I died, what was that? 4 times? Oh no. Okay, so quickly, I just looked at how long this video is going to be. So I'm going to speed run the next few days, alright?
Good, because I don't really want this to be a 2-hour video, and you guys definitely don't want to hear me talk for that long. So, day 62 through 63, I tore down the greenhouse, built an extension to the main platform. I then enclosed the roof and placed on all my crafting benches that were over it at the first outpost. Day 64 and 65 were spent AFK breeding and hatching eggs. Shocker. Days 66 and 67 were spent making Ross Clark's Gotcha Farm. His original video will be down in the description below if you want to check it out, which I highly recommend.
Gotchas. Alright, let's see. Black pearl. Sulfur, metal, sulfur, sulfur, red, poly, poly, sulfur, black, obsidian, 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 poly, metal, poly, sap. Boys, we got him. We got him. Look at this mother. Look at this. And it's a and it has a mutation? What do you mean it has a mutation? I don't see no mutation. Oh my god, guys, we got it. We got it. It doesn't matter anymore. We got it. We got an element dust guy. Look at that. Element dust gotcha. Let's go. Can we get another one? Can we get another? Save the game. Can we get another one? That's the question. Oh my lord.
Day 68 through 70 was essentially spent AFKing at the new Gotcha Farm, hunting down scouts for the tinkering desk, and then making a very OP enforcer towards the end of the day. Then, I went to face off against the Wandering King Titan.
Alright. King Titan's here. Let's go. There he is. Come on, attack! Attack! Oh no! Tutti Frutti, if you don't get your butt over there. Yes! Go, Tutti Frutti! Yes! Oh! 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 Oh, my lord! Oh, my lord! Keep going. Kill this wandering titan. Come on! We got this! Kill him! Oh! Yes! Death! We did it! Did you see that? That was easy. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, we did it. Alright, what do we get? Oh, we got some of that. Oh, we got that. We got kibble. Okay, that's always good. Did we get any cosmetics? No, I don't think we did. Ah, that's fine. But that's perfect. We killed the Wandering King Titan. That guy was easy. He was gone. Kaputski. He didn't stand a chance. I spent all of day 71 doing red orbital supply drops because I wanted to get more mech blueprints. Some of you, if not all of you, should know of the Tinkering Desk exploit, which could raise up either a mech or an enforcer to max level. In the case of mechs, the max level was 381. Basically, you had to kill a scout that was at least above level 100 from what I could gather, and once you killed it, you'd grab the blueprint before combining either one scout BP or two scout BPs with a mech, or two mechs, depending on if you wanted to gamble with just a single blueprint, since it wasn't always guaranteed. By the time this video goes out, though, I'm pretty sure they patched it, so sadly it can't be done anymore. At least not to the extent you could do it before. I got a few max level mechs, but they all costed so much resources to craft, so I tried to keep making them and hope one was a lower cost than the next. I got a couple decent ones throughout the next, 20-ish days, that were just shy of max level, but so far, nothing I could use, sadly. Day 72 was spent over in the snow biome taming up a mating pair of Uties because I wanted to get some kibble. I wanted to tame a certain creature before finishing on Extinction, and it would make my life so much easier if I used kibble while doing so. But for kibble, I needed Uties, and you know what that means? Yep, Siege is going to make another automatic killing machine that gives him free stuff. Listen, Archazarch, if you haven't embraced this side of the game yet, you really should look into getting a new game to play. While I was over there, though, I came across a 140 minute, and I just had to tame it. I had to. I would never forgive myself if I left such a high-level creature just roaming around the snow to despawn. All of day 73 was, I kid you not, making runs in the desert cave for one specific reason. Mantis. Or manti? Mantises? Mantises. Who cares? The point is, I was looking for a mantis to tame, but there's literally only one spot in the cave you can tame them in. And if they don't spawn there, you're SOL. I damn near lost my mind running that cave, going in and out, back and forth, killing everything I saw, trying to tame a mantis, only to find out that they weren't in the correct spot and I had to kill them. I killed so many high levels. It's not even funny. There was at least a few 145s I saw, and a couple 140s that are no longer with us. It's a shame. Really, it's a shame I couldn't tame them, because I would have really enjoyed a high-level mantis to imprint. Oh well, maybe next time. While the Uties were breeding, along with both the Dreads and the Gigas, I finally got a mech blueprint that was, well, probably as cheap as I was going to get. It was a 380 mech, with the only points missing being in weight, and all things considered, it wasn't as bad as the other blueprints. Until you take into account the 3000 element I needed to craft it. Listen, I did the math on it, and here are my findings. Basically, since I was on single player, and my resources respawn at a quicker rate, I found out through trial and error that in 15 minutes of farming, I could get 50k dust. Sometimes it would be a couple thousand more, sometimes a couple thousand less, but basically 15 minutes, 50k dust. Which means in 30 minutes, I could get 100k, which translates to 100 element. 1 hour equals 200 element, so on and so forth. Which meant if I wanted to make that mech, I need to get 3000 element, which basically transfers to 15 hours of farming with the Dodic.
Now, we can subtract a couple hours, seeing as how I had some elements stashed around base, along with that element gotcha that had been going since it grew up. But even then, I still needed to grind for a little over 10 hours. And before you go off on me and say, oh, why didn't you just do an element vein? First of all, I have terrible RNG, and the veins were literally the worst while I was on farming the dust. Second, with the veins that did spawn in, they were all gamma, and with how long they sometimes run because the creatures don't pathfind correctly to the vein, I could have already farmed up more elements, so I just decided to stick with the dust grind. 10 hours. It is 10 hours that I will never get back of my life. I hate my life. I hate my life. I really do. You don't understand what 10 hours of grinding element dust will do to a man. You don't understand. You don't understand, alright? It took me so long. You want to see? Do you want to see? You want to see? Huh? You want to see how much element I have? There we go. I have 3,500 element. Because halfway during my farming session, I realized, wait a minute. I need to make the shield upgrade as well. And that's an extra 200 element. Over 10 hours of farming with the Dodic over there. Oh no, man. I tell you, never again. I tell you, never again. I need to find myself a mantis. I need to find myself a mantis to farm element veins. Cause man, let me tell you, I am never doing this again. Never. Never in a million years will I be caught dead doing this again. All right, and all of you who are going to say, "Hey, why don't you just do an element vein? Why don't you just do an element vein, Siege?" Because nothing above a flipping, nothing above a gamma was spawning. There was OSDs everywhere. There was red OSDs. There was yellow OSDs. But let me tell you, there were 0 element veins above a gamma. And at that point, by the time it could take me to do a gamma element vein, I could already farm more element than that element vein alone in the time that it would have taken me to do that. So at that point, I'm like, I might as well just keep farming the element dust. I might as well. There's no point. There's no point in me wasting half an hour to an hour of my time trying to find these little dillos hiding around corners, munching away on my element. All right, my time would be better spent just grinding element dust. So that's exactly what I did. All right, hours upon hours upon hours of grinding. It's gotten me this much, and I am never doing it again. Never in a million years. In between trips, when I was coming back here to put it all away, I did get the 11th melee mutation on the Giga, and I did get the 6th melee mutation on the Dread. So these have been going for a little while. Right here, I haven't done these eggs yet. Also, I hatched out a better imprinted Manic Armor from that 140 we tamed. I leveled it up with some Giga eggs. So now we got this guy. We actually got an Ascendant Mana Saddle from one of the red drops. So this right here is that. Yeah, I've been just zipping around on this guy trying to find OSDs, but nothing's here. So before we do anything else in this stream, before I say anything else, we're gonna make that mech. All right, excuse me. As you can see, it's already halfway through the day of 77. That's how long I was grinding element dust for. But yeah, I think we're just gonna start it. First, we're gonna wait a minute. Where are you? I need you to take my element so it doesn't get mixed in with this. I need to take this. I then need to turn it on. I then need to do that. Okay. First, we are going to make this mech. Before we do that, I almost forgot. I made a crafting skill potion. Let's take this just in case. It's not really for the mech, it's for other things.
Alright. Now. We make the mech! Oh no! Okay, okay. Then we make this. Yo, there we go! Look at that! Okay, we did it. That's literally all of my resources gone. That's literally all of my resources gone. Oh no! Oh my god, that's everything gone. Why can't I pick that? Oh, the crafting skill potion. Right. Oh my, look at this. Max level mech, -1 level. Alright, I think he's missing like 6% in weight. But that doesn't really matter when it comes to a mech. I just need the health, the stamina, the melee, and that's what I got. Max level mech, baby. It has taken me like 5 days to grind the resources for it, but I finally got in my max level mech. Oh, yes. Oh, this is amazing. Okay, what do I name you? We got Badassatron over there. I don't want to name you Badassatron. What do I name you? That's an oversupply. We might be doing that. Give me a second. What do I name you? Yeah. As you could tell from my voice, I was definitely dejected. But let's move past that for now. For the rest of day 77 was spent doing another red orbital supply drop. After, of course, checking for mutations on the Gigas and Dreads. After that, though, I made a decision. In all of my years of playing Ark, I have never once tried to tame the Titans. Not once. So, I decided that I was going to tame them for the King Titan fight. Have them act as shields for my other creatures so they could attack the King Titan's ankles and hopefully do some damage. Genius me decided that I'd go for the hardest Titan to tame, though. The Ice one. And let me tell you, I wanted to rip my hair out during this fiasco. 40 minutes. 40 minutes. That's how long the next clip was before I edited it down for you. I think we're all ready. There's not much else. Dude, there's no point in me trying to stall any longer. We're gonna try and tame the Ice Titan right now. Hopefully we can do it. Right? Hopefully we can do this. Oh, I did it. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Listen, I can do this. I know I can. Just get to the mech and get out of Dodge. Whew, okay. 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 Let's do this. Ice Titan, I'm gonna try and make you mine. Right? Not in a weird way, just in a friendly way. Okay, there's the Ice Titan. Don't turn towards me. What am I on? I can't with this guy. This guy's a rat. You see this guy? Oh, you can't do that. Why aren't you aggroed onto anything else but me? There you go, buddy. No, I need your foot. Stop. How am I supposed to get your foot if you're a little rat? Bro! Come on, really? I really... You are rats. I can't... You see what I mean? He's just... Why is he only aggroed onto me? Bro. This foot is the most annoying thing ever. Can I just, like, smack his foot? There's no way this... I have not defeated this node. There's no way. There ain't no way I have not defeated this node, let me tell you. There's no way. Yes! We've got one! One of them is done. Oh my lord. Yes! I did it! 2 out of 3 gone. Oh my lord. Yes! 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 We did it! We tamed the Titan! Oh my lord. Everybody. We did it. Oh. Where's my loot? Oh. By golly, we did it. It's a beta, but I don't care. Yep. After 40 minutes, I finally tamed my very first Ice Titan. Even though I wanted to rip my hair out, I'm kind of proud of myself for doing it on my first try. Really, I am. After the long trek back to base, though, I parked the giant kaiju outside the wall and sat AFK around base until day 79 rolled around. On day 79, I went to kill both the Forest and Desert Titan again for some more loot, but also for the future, when I want to take on Beta and Alpha King Titan, which I will make a video on sometime in the future. After another full day at base, breeding up some Gigas and Dreads though, I decided to tackle the Forest Titan one last time, which gave me 3 of all Titan trophies except the Ice one on day 80. On day 81, I found a level 140 Quetzal flying above my base, so I decided to tame it. After that, though, I decided to have another shot at running the desert cave to find a mantis, and it was a good thing, too, because once I got to the section of the cave where you can tame them in, I found a level 125 male exactly where it needed to be, which meant now in the future,
I'd be able to farm up element veins to the best of my ability. It only took 10 horns to tame up, but I still sat there for like 20 minutes waiting for the food to go down. It was insane. But after I got the mantis back to base and saddled it up, I named him Steve and gave him an ascendant pickaxe. You may be wondering why I named him Steve. It's obviously because he yearns for the mines. After that, I placed down my 13th melee mutation Giga into the breed pool. Then, I started removing the outer wall because it needed to be remade. The entire thing. It was no longer symmetrical, so I decided to just tear it down and start anew. Day 86. This one's a good one.
Yeah, look at all these trees. These trees have got to go. How? Bro! I was in the air. 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes! One arm dead! Let's get this. Yeah, come on, Groot. I have to wait, I'm overheating. 80, 70, 60, 50, 40, 30. There we go! Arm destroyed. Now we just need the one on his face, which is fantastic. Oh, so now you're being drawn back to the center. No. Where is bro going? I mean, listen, I'm all for it. Listen, I don't care. If you want to stay there, buddy, go for it. I'm all good. You can stay right there, and I will tame you. Oh my god. Did this just become, like, the easiest Titan tame ever? Bro walked off the edge, and now he's frozen there. This is amazing. No, don't. Just stay right there. $400. Tame Kaiju! We have Groot! Groot! And I think he's an alpha too. I think it said it was an alpha. I'm pretty sure it said alpha. Yep, I tamed the Forest Titan, and it came out as an alpha variant as well. My first ever Forest Titan tame. First try, just like the ice one. Listen, I know it may not be a huge deal to you, but it is to me, okay? Day 87 was spent making a kibble farm with the Uties I had been breeding up. I had 1 male and 10 females stationed above a pit with a bio grinder beneath them, and basically, the Utie eggs would fall into the pit, incubate with an AC I had nearby, and then hatch. Once they hatched, there was a chance to get some kibble. I know it's more effective with adult Uties, but I wanted something automatic, and this right here was automatic. Day 88, I used up all that kibble to tame up a breeding pair of Dino because I love these creatures. Not just for the obvious reason of they're the powerhouse, either. Crocodiles and alligators are my favorite animals, or reptiles, I guess you would say, but it doesn't matter. And I always felt cheated when I tamed up a Sarco, and, well, to put it frankly, they suck. Crocodilians have outlived dinos. They're badasses. They shouldn't be so weak in game. Which is why I love the Dino so much. An actual powerful croc that's useful. I just had to have one. I had to. Day 89 was spent actually making the real greenhouse this time, and day 90 was spent making up all the best Gigasaddles I could. A very cheap Gigasaddle BP that I made with the Upgrade Station mod. Did I mention how much I love that mod? Day 91. We made it, everyone. The last 10 days of this playthrough. When I first started this 100-day challenge, I never expected to have as much as I do now. Only a month since the release of this map. Perfect cars, Gigas with 15 melee mutations on them, Dredge with 6 melee mutations, a Forest Titan, and an Ice Titan. All in preparation for the King Titan fight in less than 9 days. Basically, all the way up to day 95, my time was spent hatching out the army, leveling them up, putting good saddles on most of them, and then bringing them up to the King Titan arena. I decided to do this 10 days before, so everything was all ready by the time day 100 rolled around. If you want to know the stats of my creatures, the Gigas had, 35,000 health, with 90% of them having a saddle above a 100 armor value. Their melee was, around 500% with the mutations on top? I think the actual number is around 480, depending on how many levels they got. The Dreads weren't that far behind on the melee department either, somewhere around the 400s, but not quite 500 yet. Their health was around 180,000, and seven of them had on over 100 armor value saddles, while the other 13 had primitive saddles. Then, of course, I had the two Titans. To occupy myself before day 100 arrived, I decided to hunt down more dinos on day 96. I wasn't really looking for high levels. I was mainly in the snow biome killing off anything that had a terrible trait. I wanted to make the best dino I could in my spare time, and for that, I'd need some pretty decent traits, i.e. Vampiric, Hard-Hitting, Numb, Tenacious, Giant Slayer, or King Slayer. While searching for them, I found a couple good ones. There's a Vampiric, a Hard-Hitting, and a Numb trait, but other than that, the traits were pretty garbage. I actually found a 150 dino before I could find any other good traits, and, well, I just had to tame it. It was a max level. For the last 3 days or so, I just chilled around base and bred up the dinos a bit. Got some more metal, and farmed up a tiny amount of element for the boss fight. Before I let you all go to that boss fight, though, I want to take this time right now just to say thank you. From the bottom of my heart, for all those who watch my streams, and for those who come back to watch these 100-day videos I make, it truly means the world. It really does. Stay tuned as well for the next few weeks. I have a couple ideas that I believe you guys will enjoy, and a particular idea for a new series that I don't believe has ever been done before by any Arc YouTuber. At least I haven't seen anyone do it before. But I've kept you long enough. Without further ado, I give you the King Titan fight. Enjoy. Now, this may be scuffed, right? Like I said previously, the King Titan is kind of bugged at the moment. At least on the Xbox it is. The creatures will not attack it. All right, so it's probably gonna be a little scuffed. But I spent last night farming up element for the mech, so I have enough. I should have enough in there to outlast the fight. Now I'm gonna be completely transparent with you all. Since it is bugged at the moment, at least it was when I tested it. It might not be bugged, but like if it's still bugged, right? Throughout the fight, if my mech gets critically low, I'm going to just quickly, heal it up with a command, all right? Because I'm not being arced, like I said, all right? It's not my fault the King Titan's bugged. That's Arc's fault, all right? So because like I said, dinosaurs they don't want to hit the King Titan when I when I tested it out on my other account. So, you know, I don't feel like failing this because Arc is deciding to be Arc. Alright, so if my mech gets critically low, I will heal it quickly with a command, but then I'll keep going. Alright? So it's not gonna be in God mode or nothing. It's just I'm gonna heal it up. Alright? That's how it's gonna be. Because I'm not losing this fight. Alright, I have literally 50 Gigas over there, 20 Dreadnoughtuses, and the 2 Titans, alright? There's no way if this wasn't glitched, I would lose this fight. There's no way. So that's completely not my fault. Here we are. Alright. King Titan, here we go! You are going down, my man. Hello? They should be on neutral. But they're not attacking. There you go, Ice Titan. There you go! They're working! Finally! Yes! They're actually doing it! Go! Go, my Gigas! Go! Yes! Go, my Gigas! Oh! They're actually attacking! Oh my god, we got this! They're actually attacking now! Oh my god, look at this! Go! Go, my... Go! Go, my pretties! Oh! Oh my god. We almost got it. We almost got it. Come on. Look at, they're actually attacking. Yes! Kill him. Kill him. Yes! Yeah! There's no way. There's no way. Wow, that was easier than I thought it'd be. Really, I love how Wildcard fixes the boss fight after I decide, oh yeah, I'm not gonna do alpha. I love it. I absolutely love it. Alright, where's the ascension thing? Oh, there it is. Okay, here we go. Everything. I did. That was easy. That was easy mode. That was easy. That was literally easy mode. I need to get these bags. I don't have time. I'm gonna go to the Ascension first. Ascension first. I don't have time. Oh my lord. Listen, the Gigas were expected to die, right? I can't believe it actually, as soon as I decide that I'm not gonna do alpha, that happens. Why? Why is that? All right, well, no matter. Here we go. Ascension time. Oh my god. Yes, I did it. It has taken me 500 days to complete the main 4 story maps of Ark. Oh my lord. 500 days. This is amazing. Look at that. Nice.
Absolutely beautiful. Go on. Take a look. It's finally begun. The Arks are coming home. Each one carries with it the seeds of new life. Plants, animals, and humans. And these seeds will take root across the far corners of the world. Once they do, all that life will be unleashed. From there, it will spread, grow, and thrive. And this planet, our home, will bloom once more.
Yes, it will. Helena.
As for the rest of the infection, well, the Arks can take it from here. In time, they'll purge every last bit of element from the soil.
I will never get over
But make no
these
mistake,
ending cutscenes.
this is all
Never.
thanks to you. I'm just so happy I got to see it. You were the one that Helena, that I, was waiting for after all. Look at that. Suns are rising.
Yes. Man, I can't wait for Lost Colony. I really can't wait. A completely new DLC? Yes. I can't wait for it. I really can't. Yes. All right, let's go. I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting.